Morning, Greg.
Morning. How you doing, Joe?
Good.
All right. Court of Claims of the State of Michigan is called to order. We're present in the case of Krieger et al. Versus Michigan Department of Energy, Great Lakes and Environment et al. It's the court's case 20-094 et al. The parties present when the court last recessed are again present. Today is Tuesday, January 27th. We're in the second day of our third week of trial. Time's 8:29. Witness who was on the stand and under oath testifying virtually, Mr. Ewell is appearing again, as is his attorney. Is there anything we need to address before we proceed to the cross-examination of our of this witness? Defense? Plaintiffs? Anything else other than cross? Okay. Whoever will examine first may proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Ewell. How are you this morning?
Good. How are you? Good morning.
We've been here 3 weeks. This is our first lawyer, genius. So. Ms. Fagan, speaking, the Court of Appeals is going to say, what, Redford, you've again lost your mind. But the reason I said that is all of our very fine lawyers have faced the screen, and that results in the witness looking at the back of the head of the examining attorney. Ms. Fagan, being young and bright and creative, she's like, oh, I'll just turn my screen. So she's now facing the witness. All of the lawyers who have been here, including myself for the last 3 weeks, are almost, it was close to jaw drops of everybody. So well done, Ms. Fagan.
Thank you. I
So,
appreciate that.
all right.
All right. Mr. Ewell, you understand you're still under oath, correct?
Yes,
And you graduated from Beaverton High School in 1992, correct?
correct.
You didn't pursue a traditional college program after high school?
No, I did not.
You had some informal fire science training after high school, is that correct?
Yes,
Fire
Oh,
science.
fire science. Thank you. Sorry.
And that informal fire science training didn't include any formal dam operations curriculum, correct?
no, I did not.
And you worked some construction jobs after high school, is that correct?
Yes, I am a licensed residential Michigan builder.
You're not a dam safety engineer, is that correct?
That's correct.
You're not an engineer of any kind, correct?
No,
And your dam operation training was primarily on the job, is that correct?
correct.
Now, prior to 2020, you didn't receive any formal training in dam operations, correct?
No formal training, no.
You started working as an employee for Boyce Hydro as a dam operator in 2017, correct?
Correct.
And prior to 2017, you were not employed as a dam operator, correct?
Correct.
And prior to 2020, You did not work on any dams other than the Boyce Hydro dams, correct?
Correct.
Initially in 2017, you were hired as a dam operator and construction manager at Edenville Dam, correct?
Yes.
And after 2 years of on-the-job work, you became the chief operator around May 2019, is that correct?
Yeah, I would say around that time. Yes.
And there were 6 operators in total, including yourself, correct?
Yes.
Now, as a dam operator, you were responsible for controlling the lake levels,
Correct.
which included operating the gauges. Is that correct?
Yep.
Starting the machines, correct?
Yes.
Stopping the machines, correct?
Yes.
You mowed the grass, is that correct?
Yep.
You plowed the snow, is that correct?
Yes.
And part of your official duties was operating the dam gates. We talked about that yesterday, right?
Yes.
And the purpose of operating the dam gates was to manage water levels, correct?
Correct.
And part of your role as dam operator and particularly as chief operator was record keeping of operations, correct?
Correct.
Now, yesterday you testified about conducting inspections of the dams. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you testified that you conducted embankment inspections. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, any embankment inspection that was conducted by you or any other operator was a visual inspection, right?
Correct. It was just visual.
You're not qualified to evaluate embankment stability, correct?
Correct.
You're not qualified to evaluate failure mechanisms on the embankment, correct?
Correct.
You're not a geotechnical engineer, isn't that correct?
No, correct.
You've never modeled the embankment geometry or materials in the embankment, correct?
Correct.
You've never taken any borings in the embankment?
Correct.
You've never analyzed any boring logs or laboratory results from the embankment, correct?
Correct.
You didn't conduct any lab strength testing, correct?
Correct.
You didn't conduct any seepage analysis, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't do any factor of safety calculations, correct?
That's correct also.
So if you didn't see embankment problems such as you testified yesterday, that's not an engineering conclusion about stability. That's just what you saw, correct?
Correct.
Now, in 2019, at any time, you weren't involved in any negotiations between Boyce and Eagle about lake levels, were you?
No, I was not.
And in 2019, you were not involved in negotiations between Boyce and Eagle about natural resource damages, were you?
No, I was not.
In 2019, you were not involved in negotiations between Boyce and DNR about natural resource damages, were you?
No, I was not.
In 2019, with respect to permits to draw down or increase lake levels, you weren't involved in discussions between Boyce and Eagle, were you?
No.
In December 2019, you were involved in discussions between Boyce and the Attorney General's office regarding how to avoid threatened mussel damages of $323 million, were you?
No.
In December 2019, you were not involved in discussions between Boyce and Mr. Gamble about the only way to mitigate the threatened damages of $323 million was to raise the lake levels, were you?
No, I was not.
So as a dam operator, you raised or lowered the lake levels according to instructions you were given by either the chief operator of the dam or by Mr. Mueller, correct?
Correct.
Now, you testified yesterday that your job as a dam operator was to keep the water levels where they needed to be. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you did that by either running the turbines when let me start over. You managed water levels by running turbines when they were available, correct?
Mostly, yes. And also operating gates.
And when the turbines weren't available, you managed water levels by opening gates, correct?
Correct.
And you testified yesterday that the Edenville Dam had 6 spillway gates, 3 on each riverside. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Now, when those were originally constructed, the spillway gates were designed to open to 10 feet, correct?
I don't know that.
Okay. The gates, you testified yesterday that the gates were typically lifted using an electric chain hoist cart, correct?
Correct.
And with that chain hoist cart, the gates could be lifted to about 7 feet, as you understood it, correct?
I would say, yeah, 6 to 7 feet, yes.
And there was also an A-frame system,
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
And I understand from your testimony that the A-frame system created danger for the operators, so you only use that sparingly, correct?
Yes, after the chains were replaced, it became very dangerous to use that.
So, but the A-frames could raise the gates higher beyond the capacity of the spill cart, correct?
A little bit, yes.
Now, during the May 2020 event, and that you testified yesterday, Boyce had personnel at Edenville raising the gates because of the weather, correct?
Yes,
And you started lowering, and when I say you and the other operators started lowering the lakes on Saturday, May 16th, 2020, based on the weather forecast, correct?
yes, I believe it was May 16th, yes.
And to start to lower the lakes, you started raising the gates on that Saturday, May 16th, correct?
Right.
Now, from your on-the-ground operational perspective, starting from materially lower lake levels before a major storm would be expected to help avoid flooding by increasing storage, correct?
I mean, it makes sense to me.
And from your on-the-ground operational perspective, starting from materially lower lake levels before a major storm would be expected to help reduce the risks of high water conditions, right?
Yes, I mean, that's why we tried to get them down as low as we could within our band.
So the basic reason that operators lower a lake ahead of a storm is to create more room or storage for incoming water, correct?
Yes, it buys you a little time.
And that's because it provides you with more buffer or time before the lake reaches critical levels, right?
Right.
We're going to take a look at an excerpt from Defendant's Exhibit 69, and for the court's convenience and defense counsel's convenience, I've pulled pages from that exhibit, if I can approach the court.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Craig, can you pull up the spill logs, please? Well, what I have on the screen here is our pages from Defendant's Exhibit 69, and they're pages 22 through 26 of that exhibit. Just taking a look here at the first page, does this look familiar to you?
Yes.
This is the Edenville plant, or at least the first three pages are the Edenville plant spill log for the year 2020. Is that right?
Yes.
And Craig, could you please go to page 4 and just the title? I'm sorry.
Page.
Page 4, or which is, I'm sorry, page 25 of 45 on the exhibit.
Thank you.
And the title there of Tobacco Spillway Spill Log.
Okay.
What is this that we're looking at, Mr. Yule?
It'd be the handwritten spill log for the tobacco spillway.
So the Edenville plant spill log and the tobacco spillway spill log are where you and other operators tracked the gate operations as you went, correct?
Correct.
And these are the contemporaneous records of the gates at the time, is that correct?
Yes, that along with the electronic spreadsheet that we use.
And the electronic spreadsheet is created later based on what you write, correct?
Typically they're kind of done at the same time. There is a computer other than at the tobacco site, but there was a computer in the powerhouse at the Tittabawassee spillway.
Okay, let's start with the Edenville plant spill log, and let's go to.
Mr. Yule, when you say the Tittabawassee spillway, are you talking about the powerhouse of the Edenville Dam?
Yes.
Thank you.
And so when we look at the document here titled Edenville plant spill log, that's for the Tittabawassee side, is that correct?
It should be,
Now, let's walk through each gate on May 18th, 2020. So let's look at page 24 of this document. It can be a little bit hard to read. So we're going to walk through it here together. Do you see that the last date there is May 18th, 2020?
Yes.
Okay. And I recognize it's hard to read. Let's start with gate 1. Maybe if we can go out to the full page and so we can orient ourselves to gates 1, 2, and 3 at the top. See that columns 2 through 5 are for gate 1. Mr. Yule?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. And let's go to the last entry.
May I ask you a question?
Yes.
Mr. Yule, which is gate 1? Is it the one furthest on the left as you're looking downstream and your back is to the reservoir? Or is it the one furthest to the right, closest to the powerhouse?
Gate 1 would be the closest to the powerhouse. That would be set up at all the plants that way. Everything that was close to a building or a powerhouse was gate 1.
Thank you.
All right, and looking at gate 1, do you see that the last entry on this log is May 18th, 2020 at 14:30?
Yes.
And when I say 14:30, that's the time, we understand that to be 2:30 p.m. in the afternoon, correct?
Correct.
And at that point, the gate was open to 7 feet. Do you see that?
Yes.
And there's no further entries on this log for the remainder of May 18th or 19th, correct?
Yes.
And if we go to gate 2, the last entry is at 1300 hours. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it says at the gate at that time, gate 2 was at 7 feet.
Yes.
And there's no further entries on here for May 18th or 19th, correct?
Correct.
And if we go to gate 3, the final entry is on May 18th, 2020 at, I believe, 9:20 a.m. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it says that the gate 3 was at 7 feet, correct?
Correct. Correct.
And there's no further entries for gate 3 on this log for the remainder of May 18th or 19th, correct?
Correct.
All right, now let's go to page 26 of the exhibit, which is the last page of the excerpt. And we're going to look at gate 1 on the tobacco spillway. Can you explain to the court where gate 1 on the tobacco spillway was located?
If you're looking downstream, downriver, it would be on the left side. There was a small little kind of shack there that housed our paperwork and some electrical, and we kind of called that a building, but gate 1 would start at that little building.
And then gate 2 would be the middle, and gate 3 would be the furthest right, furthest west. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And then on the Edenville one, it'd be the opposite. The gate 2 would be the middle, and then gate 3 would be the left or the east side of the run of the earthen embankment. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, for gate 1 on the tobacco spillway, the last recorded time here is on May 18th, 2020 at 9:10 a.m. Do you see that?
Yes.
And at that time, gate 1 was at 7 feet.
Yes.
And for gate 2, the last recorded time is at 1330 hours. And gate 2 was at 7 feet. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the last entry here for gate 3 is on May 18th, 2020 at 1530 hours. And the gate was at 7 feet, correct?
Correct.
So all 6 gates were as open as far as they could go via the chain hoists on the spill cart on May 18th, 2020 by 3:30 p.m., correct?
Yes.
But on May 19th, 2020, we can take that down, Craig, thank you. Just after midnight, operators began using the A-frames at the dam to get the gates up even higher, correct?
Yes, sparingly.
So just after midnight on May 19th, 2020, the operators used the A-frames to open the gates as high as they could while still feeling safe, correct?
Correct.
And that was for all 6 gates?
Yes.
And safety was a concern because it was the middle of a storm with extremely high water levels, right?
Yes, it was.
Now, when you use the A-frames, it's to open the gates to maximum capacity, correct?
It's to get whatever you can out of them, although they were hindered when the chains were switched and the mechanism was changed that hooked to the gate, yes.
But you wanted to get as every bit of discharge you safely could, is that right?
Yes, we were trying to.
But that's not reflected on these handwritten spill logs, right?
No, it's not. At that point, there's no gauge. We don't know how much we got out of them. There's no way to tell. There's no there was marks on the wall that we could use to tell how far the gates were open. We were above all that, so we had no way of knowing how high we were.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further. Oh, sorry.
You may.
I can ask a couple more questions.
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Yule, we were talking about lowering the lake levels, and you said one of the purposes of that was to buy time in the event of a storm. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And when you said buying time, that refers to buying time to avoid disaster, right? Bringing the water levels down in order to avoid any type of disaster at the dam, correct?
Well, I think it gives you a little more time. It may not change the outcome, but it may delay it.
It might change the outcome, right?
It might, possibly.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you. Solomon Road. Okay, I think that means nobody else on this side of the of the aisle. All right, fine, thank you. All right, let me just have a second. Mr. Kirschkorn?
One question, Mr. Yule.
Mhm.
Would another purpose of buying time to be to allow more time for evacuations?
Yes, I mean, it all plays into the same role, I guess.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Yule.
Yep.
All right, I have a question. After the spillway gave way and the flood ensued on May 19th, 2020, was the powerhouse at Edenville still intact?
Yes, it was still intact. It had been flooded. I want to say roughly there was probably 6 foot of water that went through the powerhouse. Or
Was
so.
this, thank you, was the spillway still intact?
Yes.
Were the gates affixed to the spillway still intact?
Yes.
Is there any effort to memorialize the opening of the spillway gates after the flood?
I thought that myself and one of the other operators went out and measured them and took pictures, but I cannot find those pictures. And I don't know as though anybody from the IFT or anybody else measured them, but they would have been in the same position that they were, when we finished opening them.
But as we stand here and sit here today, we don't know what that is.
No.
Any follow-up questions from defense, since this was defense's witness, based on the court's questions?
No, Your Honor.
Any follow-up questions from the plaintiffs based on the court's questions? All right, thank you. May Mr. Yule be excused, Mr. Kirschkorn,
Yes, Your Honor.
plaintiffs. All right. Thank you, Mr. Yule, for your testimony. You're free to go about the rest of your business for the day. I don't know what the weather is where you are, but I can assure you it is a snow globe in West Michigan right now. So I
Yeah.
suspect it's in mid-Michigan. It's probably about the same, but
Well, we got a little dusting last night and it's very cold. so,
dusting is,
Yeah.
I was quite surprised when I woke up this morning. I set my alarm for 5:45 and 5:55, and I thought, oh, I've got plenty of time. I just have to leave the house by 6:45. I looked out a window. I was like, oh my goodness, we got a lot of snow last night. I'm sure my neighbors with a 3-month-old child and a 4-year-old child were delighted to hear my snowblower fire up at 5 minutes after 6, but that's city living. So, all right. Next witness.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yule.
Yep, thank you.
Exactly the best way to record this information, but the IFT report does contain some information related to the question. Scott, if you want to find it and just.
Each side is going to have the opportunity to submit written briefs, which we'll talk about at whatever time we finish the live testimony. Unlike many trials, when the live testimony ends and the oral arguments are made, the work of the parties is in a jury trial. It's in the court. We're done waiting for the jury. That is not the situation in this case. Both the lawyers and the court have quite a bit of effort left that we're going to need to and have the privilege of expending in service of this case. So we can talk about that as we go along, but thank you. Okay, do we have another witness or does the defense rest? Thank you. All right. Sir, if you could remain standing, face me, raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the evidence you will give in the matter now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Can you state your first and last names for me, please?
Pardon?
Thank you. Will you state your first and last name for me and then spell both?
Sure. David Kepler, Kepler, the second.
How do you spell your first name?
David, David.
All right. Mr. Kepler, I'm Judge Redford. I'm presiding over this matter. Mr. Cool is going to be asking you questions. The plaintiffs are then able to ask questions if they choose to. I understand you have an attorney. So this is, the lawyers have been hearing me say this for 2 years. I was a trial judge until January 2015, and we would occasionally have witnesses testify remotely. I don't know that I ever had a witness in the courtroom and a lawyer remotely before today. So this is a brave new world for me. So if I mess it up, I apologize prophylactically to everybody. But I think your lawyer is from the, it's not Foster Swift. It's Clark Hill firm. Is that correct?
Yes, Joseph Kalani is the counsel for the Four Lakes Task Force, of which I'm the president,
Okay.
and he's here for observing.
All
Not
right.
my
So
personal
if
attorney.
I talked to him yesterday via the screen and indicated that he's not a counsel of record, so he's not in the position to object or to interpose motions or things like that without special leave of the court that haven't been granted at this point. But as we proceed, if you have questions or you need a recess, you just need to tell me that and we'll accommodate what reasonable requirements there might be. Understand?
Yes.
Okay. If you don't understand the question of the attorneys, either Mr. Cool or the plaintiff's counsel or the court, please ask us to describe them or state them differently. And then, we'll proceed through the course of questions, direct, cross, direct, redirect. And that's it, I think, for this witness, because he's not an expert. Do all the lawyers agree?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. And then with the exception of if I have questions at the end, after the lawyers are done, I always give the lawyers an opportunity to ask more questions based on the court's questions, just as I've done since I was a baby Navy judge advocate in 1985. So, all right, counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Kepler, have you heard of the Four Lakes Task Force?
I heard of it. Yes, I have.
And do you have a position with that entity?
I'm the chairperson and president.
Can you briefly describe for us what the Four Lakes Task Force does?
The Four Lakes Task Force is a private 501c3 organization that is the delegated authority under Part 307 of the Natural Resource Acts for the counties of Gladwin and Midland for the maintenance and operations of the Four Lakes that are described in this case.
Now, before your involvement with the Four Lakes Task Force, did you have a role at the Sanford Lake Preservation Association?
Yes, I founded that with an incident that occurred in 2011 with the Sanford Dam.
And just so everybody's oriented, is Sanford Lake downriver or below Wixom Lake?
Yeah, there's four lakes, Secord and Smallwood are above Edenville and Sanford's below Edenville.
Is there a dam on Sanford Lake?
Yes.
And who owned that dam in the
It was,
2010?
Boyce Hydro, the Boyce entities, there are several entities owned all four dams.
I think you've already given us a hint, but you got involved in 2011?
I want to say 10, 11 timeframe in the fall. I believe it was a 10. There were some issues with the Sanford Dam in terms of drainage, and Boyce approached FERC and there was agreement to lower the emergency order to lower the lake. And at that point in time, the lake was lowered for the remainder of that fall. And there didn't look like there was any activity. So I kind of, as a personal citizen, just went to the Lake Association and said what was going on. And there really wasn't a lot of understanding. So that's about the time I engaged Lee Mueller and the county and tried to figure out what we could do.
Did you make any efforts to have the water levels changed?
Pardon?
Did you make any efforts to have the water levels changed in 2011?
The
water levels?
Oh, the water level. Well, the water level was down, so it needed repairs to get the dams to get repaired back up. So we understood what Boyce wanted, and there was a requirement that he felt that he had already put money in and didn't want to put more money in, and also was challenged with the bank structure that he couldn't. So it was $100,000 to $200,000 repair. So it seemed like we should be able to, as a group, a small citizens group, to be able to address that.
And did you address it?
Yes, the repairs got done, it got approved, and Boyce brought the lake levels up at that time.
Did your work with the Sanford Lake Preservation Association grow to include other lakes?
So what occurred is the Sanford Lake Association that had existed for many years before that was fundamentally focused on recreation and kind of community development around the lake. It wasn't focused on, the management or restoration or preservation of the lakes in a way. So we put this structure in place because it had the ability, with the way that it was structured as a nonprofit, to look at the preservation of the lake and work with the aspects of that. There was a member of the Sanford Lake Association on the Sanford Lake Preservation Association, and we formed that to fundraise, and as well as there's a boundary issue with county and Boyce that created an issue with the license, and we were trying to mitigate that as well.
Did your efforts grow to include other lakes?
So I think the situation was, as we looked at Sanford and looked at the issues around Sanford and the compliance issues, and started, it became very clear that the lake issues wasn't just on the Sanford Lake. There was a long-term issue of compliance on many of the lakes. And we basically reached out to the Wixom Lake Association and said, hey, we got a problem here. We believe you have a problem there and you should look into that. And they kind of proceeded with they didn't have an issue of having the lake failure at that, or lake lowered at that time. But they did start to look at the issues they had in terms of long-term viability of the lake.
Did you come to learn that FERC announced an intent to revoke the license for the Edenville Dam?
Yes, it was in early 2018.
And how would the revocation of the Edenville Dam license affect the other lakes?
Well, Edenville, so if the license was revoked, the Boyce Hydro would lose about half their revenue. That dam had 50% of the revenue capacity, so there was no way to economically sustain those lakes with hydropower. They also had compliance issues, and it was pretty clear that in our mind, when we looked at the data, that these dams are going to be challenged the same way that Edenville would be at one point in time if it didn't shift into some other business model to work with.
Did you attempt to convince FERC not to revoke the license for the Edenville Dam?
We felt that the hydropower strategically, regardless of Boyce's behavior, wasn't going to have enough money to sustain the dam. So it needed to get into a public infrastructure where we could get funds on value from the lake owners and the special assessments. And so when they started to revoke, and it had been a very long journey, what we were asking for is to give us the time for them to maintain their
Who is them?
regulatory authority so we
Excuse
could
me.
manage the
Excuse me.
transition to a public.
Hello? I don't know if you didn't hear me speak, but if I speak, you stop speaking.
Oh, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Apologies.
I'll be more auditorily perceptive if I speak again. I asked who they was. You referred to a they, and I don't know who they is.
I apologize.
Please, who is it? Who is they? Who are you referring to?
Or I lost my hearing aids. I didn't broke today, so I'm a little.
Okay. You said something about they did something, and I don't know whether they is Boyce. I don't know whether they is some other party. Who are we talking about?
Well, when the question was around FERC, so
Okay.
when they issued the revocation, we filed to engage in that discussion, and we asked them to maintain the federal regulatory authority over that until we could transfer that to some public entity
All
and
right.
work through that.
All right, thank you.
Were you successful in getting additional time?
No.
So what was your next step in trying to address this issue?
The next chapter.
Yes.
Well, immediately we started to put together kind of a call to action in the community. We worked with getting the other lake associations together. We engaged the counties to put together Part 307 study to look at the counties owning these dams. We were going through diligence on the repairs and compliance needed. And we were working in negotiation with Boyce on how to manage a transition from a business transaction point of view.
All right, let's take that one step at a time. Did you approach the counties? Is that correct?
Yes, when we first of all got together, basically Wixom, Sanford Lake Associations and the Sanford Lake Preservation Association got together and said, hey, the only way we became obvious with study and discussion with lawyers that we needed to get a Part 307 in place to have a Part 307 court order in place to have the public lakes become public. So to do that, that's a county-driven process. So we had to engage the counties, and we had talked to the county lawyers in that matter, and then started to engage with the counties.
Amy, can you bring up Exhibit 35?
I'm going to see it here.
If you can't see any part of it, let us know. Do you recognize this document, sir?
Yes, this is the one in October 9th, 2028. That would have, yes, I do. That's a resolution.
Did you have a role in submitting this resolution?
Yes, so it went in a couple steps. So one is we formed a task force to work on this and do the study. So it was an affiliation, not a legal affiliation of the lake associations to work on this issue for the county. And we were assigned the responsibility of the county to do the study. We later went through the resolution to actually the counties pursue the lake order. We did the study and we submitted that through a court order, and we became the delegated authority. And the Sanford Lake Association, Lake Preservation Association was transitioned into the Four Lakes Task Force as a legal entity, and that became the delegated authority because it had a entity structure to become the delegated authority for the
Okay.
county.
So was the delegated authority first given to the Sanford Lake Preservation Authority?
No, it was given we had changed the name and the DBA and stuff at the time of all that occurring.
So who was the delegated authority given to?
At the end with the court order, at the end of the court order and the contract with the county, it was given to the Four Lakes Task Force that I explained earlier today to do.
All right, but this resolution gave you authority to move forward in getting the lake level study, correct?
It's 2018, October, so it was to go forward and get a lake level study. There was another resolution in March that actually reaffirmed that and told us we were going to go through the court order.
And as part of that lake level study, did you also study establishing a special assessment district?
Yes, with lake level, there's usually a special assessment district. A county can choose to fund some of the lake or fund it through a special assessment district. And through the resolution, the county Gladwin County or the counties could not afford that without a special assessment district. So it was included in the court order.
And so you got resolutions from both Midland County and Gladwin County, correct?
Yes.
All right, now I recognize that there's a lot going on during this time, so I want to break them down to a little bit here. Let's start with the winter of 2018. At that time, had Boyce Hydro drawn down Wixom Lake?
In 2018, in the summer, all four lakes were drawn down because FERC had ordered an inspection of the dams. There was a dam failure in Boise, I forget the name of the dam, a large dam in California that required then FERC saw issues with that and wanted to inspect the other four dams. So those four dams were lowered in the summer of that year.
After the inspections were completed, did Boyce Hydro return Wixom Lake to its normal winter level?
In the middle of the inspection, FERC issued the revocation order. So then Boyce Hydro didn't bring the lakes back up because he didn't have, there's no longer a license and there was no legal mechanism to bring the lakes back up. That lake back up. The other ones were still under, the other three did come up.
Okay. Amy, can you bring up Exhibit 32?
Pardon?
Talking to
Oh,
our.
I'm sorry. Okay.
HR. All right. Do you recall having this email exchange with Mr. Mueller?
I had a lot of conversation with Mr. Mueller.
You want to take a second?
Yeah,
and
we
look
were
through it?
looking at kind of how to manage the everything is the request for a region or the FERC is not. Yeah. So we were starting to meet with him on formulating what we were going to do in terms of addressing the plan and trying to approach him on how to transition the ownership.
In this email exchange, did Mr. Mueller explain why he was not bringing Wixom Lake back up?
Well, he didn't have the money to do it, and it's, to me, it was obviously leverage in the structure, and the legal structure wasn't there to do it.
Did he ever tell you that he had drawn down Wixom Lake in the winter of 2018 because the spillway capacity at the dam was inadequate?
No, not that I recall. There was a lot of hyperbole then.
Did you eventually enter into an agreement with Boyce Hydro to return Wixom Lake to its normal level in 2019?
In 2019, we did, once we got the legal lake level in place, we could go in and look at a agreement with him to move forward. We were doing that in parallel. So as a court order got issued, we could then put a agreement in place to bring the lake up.
Amy, can you bring up Exhibit 38? Defendant's Exhibit 38. Can you magnify that? No, not just the highlighting, just the email. So plus the dates, times. Sorry, Amy.
Okay.
So small, I just would like the whole thing magnified a little bit.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
Amy, I need the two from on it too, please. I apologize for being so problematic this morning.
Yes, I read it. I get the premise. So is there,
There you go. Can you tell us the date of this email?
so you're talking about the yellow one?
No, not the yellow, just what is the date of the email?
Oh, I'm sorry, December 2018.
And this is a communication between Lee Mueller and you?
Yeah,
Does this email reflect the agreement between Boyce Hydro and the task force to return Wixom Lake to its normal level by May of 2019?
yeah, this was a different approach, which was talking about the idea of getting it reinstated the license. That we didn't believe that was going to happen. And so, but we were looking at a commence, trying to get done by 2019 was the target we were looking for.
And did Boyce Hydro restore Wixom Lake to its normal summer level in 2019?
After we got a legal lake level and after we got an agreement.
Amy, can you bring up Exhibit 49? Defendant's Exhibit 49? You recognize this document, Mr. Kepler?
Yep, I remember that letter.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Yes, I recognize the letter.
What is this document?
This was a letter of understanding that we put together this is a letter of understanding. This is 2019, so there was a couple letters here, so let me know. Yeah. So, and this was April 16, 2019. Yeah, so this was one where we were putting together a letter of an agreement, a letter of it, and a letter of understanding to put together an agreement by the end of 2019.
And part of the agreement was for the Four Lakes Task Force to purchase certain assets from Boyce Hydro.
So
correct?
yes, and once we got the legal level, we would basically pay monthly payments to Boyce to keep the lake level up. And those would be applied to the purchase agreement that we were moving forward with.
Okay, and just break that down a little bit. One of the assets that was to be purchased was the Edenville Dam, right?
The purchase agreement went over a 2-year period. So the first, the agreement that was completed in 2019 at December 31st contemplated a first option and first payment schedule. And then we would transition the dams from Boyce to FERC over a 2-year period, with the final closing being in 2022. And then the Edenville Dam was part of that. It didn't have any power on it, so it had a different structure. But yes, the actual property would have been transferred, I believe, over to us at that point in time. Most of it, everything was kind of put into escrow, though, in terms of how we were managing it. So that's kind of the structure we had.
Fair enough. Now, this was not a final agreement, correct?
No, this is April, where it's a letter of understanding that we're going to get an agreement around the premises in this document.
And so that final agreement still had to be negotiated, right?
Yes, yes.
During this negotiation time period, did the Four Lakes Task Force conduct any due diligence?
Yes, we did do due diligence on the dams, both in terms of and we say the Four Lakes Task Force, we had hired, we had engineers and surveyors and experts at that time to be involved. And so we did due diligence on the dams during 2019.
And why did you conduct due diligence?
Well, so my experience is you're going through a major purchase of an asset. This is a transition, and you're going to basically be prepared. You can't just sign an agreement and look at it at the end. So you're doing a lot of diligence on the safety of the dam. You got to get the financial aspects. You got to understand the revenue. So we were doing financial modeling and environmental studies and flood studies and all the things that we needed to make sure that we could responsibly take ownership of the dam. So that was occurring while we're negotiating with Boyce, and
Did you hire an engineering company to assist you on conducting the due
we
diligence?
hired several firms. Spicer was what we would call the owner's engineer. So they helped us with the study initially. Their background in surveying, the assessments were there. There were a municipal firm regionally in there that worked through. As we got into the project, we hired GEI Consulting to look at the dam safety aspects. We hired Ayers Consulting to look at flood studies. So we had a lot of engineers on the program.
I think some of your preliminary comments, you already highlighted this issue, but as part of this preliminary agreement, this letter of understanding, did Boyce Hydro make any commitments to return Wixom Lake to its normal level?
When we got to the letter of agreement, there's this letter of understanding, but there's also a memorandum that talks about the lake level, and it was kind of pay as you go with a framework structure.
To return, and as part of its agreement to return the lake levels to their normal levels, did the Four Lakes Task Force agree to make any payments to Boyce Hydro?
Yes.
And what was that?
Well, we basically agreed I'm going to say the number, and I would have to go look at the contract. It's been 5 years, but I think 40,000 a month to keep the lake up to the legal lake levels if he was complying for that, and those payments would be applied towards the purchase agreement.
All right, switching gears slightly. So while you were having these negotiations with Boyce Hydro, did the Four Lakes Task Force have a lake level study performed?
Yes.
Who performed that?
Spicer Engineering ran the program, and it had others in it.
Amy, can you pull up Defendant's Exhibit 46? Is this the lake level study prepared by the Spicer Group?
That's the cover page, yes.
Do you recall what levels the Spicer Group recommended be set under the study?
The legal lake levels were documented after the FERC project agreements and orders that were in there. So the view of the lake study was we were taking over a FERC FERC regulated dam, and that had done all the environmental studies and all the structure. So we basically used the same structure as FERC. For one, that was one reason. The other one was that FERC still managed the other three dams in terms of regulatory authority, and their authority would supersede the state. So we kept the numbers the same. So in that report, our lake levels and there were two, summer and winter, for each of the lakes and the datum levels they would be at, and they came from the FERC reports, and the FERC orders are in that report and study.
At the time the lake level study was being performed, were you aware of any concern that spillways at the Edenville Dam may not have had adequate spillway capacity?
Yes, so in terms of meeting the probable maximum flood of FERC, yes.
Did anybody tell you that it was not safe to maintain the normal level of Wixom Lake in light of the inadequate spillways?
No.
Did anybody tell you that the embankments at the Edenville Dam might be subject to static liquefaction?
Liquefaction was never discussed until after the forensic team. The banks were reviewed, and we looked at different reports and structure. It was not the highest priority safety issue. There was not an elevated issue in the 12D reports from FERC. So no, we didn't see that.
Now, Did you hold public meetings to discuss the establishment of the tax assessment district?
Many.
And at those meetings, did you discuss the lake level study?
Well, we got to, we brought the lake level study up. We had pre-meetings in high school gyms and talking about this is, over, 7,000 properties and, approximately 6,000 property owners. So a huge discussion to have with the community to look at this. And this study was one that went through the counties and the structure to talk about.
Amy, can you turn to page 52? Actually, it's 52 and 54, but let's just start at 52.
Yeah, so two things. One is there's requirements for public notice. We followed all those.
No,
But
that was public notice under part 307, right?
No, but even on the study, to get to the court order, we did public notices on the court order and the structure and the study. So they were done. And you see in the study, the timing of these studies were on that. So we were presenting to the public what we were going to, the high level discussion of the studies. And we were communicating that the court hearings the court hearing was going to happen. And in the meantime, we were doing a lot of other things beyond what was legally required. We did, like I said, meetings in each of the communities to talk through.
And does this, I guess, memo identify some of the public meetings that were held?
Yes, I believe it did. I believe we covered, I believe we did, and I believe we had a lot of letters of endorsement in the letters as well.
Did you send the notices of public meetings to any of the residents?
Yes, we sent notices to the residents, and not of all the public, we had a webinar and a structure, but it's related to what the law required around, first class mail and mailing. All those were in compliance.
So you sent mailings to the people that potentially fell within the tax assessment district?
Yes, so the assessment district was surveyed based on the properties that were adjacent or had deeded access to the property, and then legally that's what we could define as a special assessment district, and they were included in the study that was presented at the court, which was resolved by the counties and presented at the court.
Do you know if these notices were posted at any government buildings?
Yes, I'm sure they were.
Did you attend any of these meetings?
Yes. I've attended hundreds of meetings, so yes, this is.
Did many people show up to these public meetings?
Yes.
At these meetings, did you have a discussion of why the tax assessment district was believed to be necessary?
Yes, I mean, we basically went through the logic of why the reality is these lakes have been there for 100 years. People did not pay for the benefit sitting next to the water, and because the property originally was granted access, and we had to kind of go explain the logic of why hydropower wasn't going to cover it, the compliance issues that had to be spent, and that for the lakes to exist, we were going to have to look at looking at the lake owners to put some of the burden on them to work on that.
At those meetings, did you discuss the repairs that were going to be needed?
The repairs were identified in the study, and we talked about the number and the special assessment number that would come out of that study. And we did walk through the numbers at different times in different meetings and stuff to go through.
At any of those meetings, was there a discussion of the need to upgrade the spillway capacity at the Edenville Dam?
Yes, and it's recognized in the study.
Is your belief that most of the residents supported the establishment of the tax assessment district?
We surveyed with public sector consultant, and most of the people wanted the lakes up, and most of the people didn't want to spend the money to do it. But we did actually ask what assessment levels you want and stuff to work on. So in general, it was a pretty traumatic discussion before the lakes failed. It just, hey, we're going to have to deal with a different number here and stuff to do. But we did get support through the counties and eventually went through all the processes and community support and the surveys we took in the in that early time kind of guided us in terms of what we thought would work for the community.
And so after this process, did the counties authorize you to take the next step?
Yes, well, by definition, the counties before the process authorized us to go to court, circuit court, to get the order. So they basically asked Four Lakes Task Force with the county lawyers to go complete the study and present that to court to get the court order.
Amy, can you bring up Defense Exhibit 27? Do you recognize this document, Mr. Kepler?
Yep,
Is this the
I
petition that
saw it.
was?
Let me just,
Nope, go ahead.
is there a date on it? June, yeah. I'm assuming this is the court order from the circuit court. Yeah, there's, I'm assuming this is a court
Amy,
order
can
from,
you
so
highlight
the
the
Judge
title?
Karras, oh, I'm sorry, is this, yeah,
Amy, can you highlight the title of this document? So do you see that this is the
Yeah.
petition that was filed?
yeah, yeah.
Did you have a role in the proceedings before the court pursuant to this petition?
Not directly in terms of presentation, no.
You did testify at the hearing though, correct?
I don't recall I did.
Okay. Do you know who prepared this petition?
This was done by Clark Hill and working with the county lawyers and on the technical side, Spicer Group, and reviewed by us, obviously.
And Clark Hill was the lawyers for the Four Lakes Task Force?
Yes.
Amy, can you go to paragraph 18? I don't know which page it is, but. Can you highlight it? Did you attend the hearing in front of the court?
Yes.
Do you recall there being any discussion about the need to raise funds in order to increase the spillway capacity at the Edenville Dam?
I don't. Honestly, 90% of it was talking about assessments, districts, and whether the whole issue was for people to petition whether they wanted in or out, where most of the tenants were. So that was most of the dialogue on the court. This was presented and, you know, and covered in structure, and the engineers testified.
Well, at the time this was filed, you were aware that there might be a problem with the Edenville Dam having adequate spillway capacity, right?
Yes. Yes.
At this point, did you have any I guess any understanding as to whether or not there might be an issue as to whether the Edenville Dam could meet the state's 1/2 PMF standard?
At that time, we were doing a study with theirs to reassess what the numbers were. So our view was that the PMF studies were done and structured. We were going to have to put a spillway capacity in, either to, if there was federal requirements, we would have to do that, or we'd have to do state. And the first decision that we looked at was to make sure we're getting the studies all correct so we can make those decisions.
And so you had a study
So
undergoing at that time?
we had estimates in the study on what that would take and to do.
You had mentioned the corridor. Amy, can you pull up Defense Exhibits 56? I think is the title on the next page. Can you highlight that, Amy? And do you recognize this document, sir?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the court order. This one, the cases were combined in the Midland Circuit Court, but this is the court order, I believe, for Midland. for Midland, for the establishment of the legal lake levels and the special assessment district.
And this order established the summer lake level and the winter lake level for
The
the
legal
dams?
lake level was transitioned from what was in the study and covered both the summer and winter lake level.
And it was this order that also established the tax assessment districts?
It established the boundaries of the tax assessment district and the properties in them, yes.
All right, Amy, you can take that down. Now, throughout this time period in 2019, did you have any meetings with Eagle?
Yes,
I specifically want to ask you about a September 20, 2019 meeting with Eagle and Spicer. By September 20, 2019, had Spicer concluded that the Edenville Dam probably did not meet the 1/2 PMF requirement?
they had a view that they weren't, the statement was, we aren't saying that the dams will meet the half-state PMF. So we weren't agreeing with, we hadn't finished our studies, but we weren't agreeing with Boyce that they did.
Right, so the preliminary assessment, subject to the final, was that it was not going to meet the 1/2
Yeah,
PMF.
to make clarification, the meeting wasn't for that. The meeting was to look at winter operations, and they're concerned about icing on the dam because we had no power. But that was when we got all the Eagle folks together, everything started to get covered. And that was a challenge that we were looking at the FERC study. We weren't going to agree with Boyce or the Boyce FERC study. We were
Was it
still
your
looking
impression
for-
that Eagle was surprised by that comment?
No, I think we were on both. We were on the common ground that they were stretching it a little bit to make that work.
Now, did Boyce Hydro agree that the dam couldn't meet the 1/2 PMF?
The Boyce Hydro was arguing that the dam met the state 1/2 PMS, during this time.
Excuse me. Date of the meeting again, please.
September 20, 2019.
Thank you.
Do you know if Boyce Hydro ever became convinced that the dam did not meet the state's 1/2 PMF requirement?
Yeah, I think he
Sorry,
asked if you know. So I'll allow it as word overruled. State the question again.
Get the question again.
Do you have any understanding, or did you ever come to know whether or not Boyce Hydro ever became convinced that Edenville Dam did not meet the 1/2 PMF?
My understanding of his position was it met exactly the level of the dam. And our part is you have to have at least 3 feet of freeboard above that to meet the requirement. So he was arguing a point that none of the safety engineers would probably accept. And that's where we kind of came from it.
Now, I think you'd already prefaced this by saying that the real purpose of this meeting was to discuss the request to draw down the lake levels for the winter of 2019, correct?
Correct.
And why was it that they wanted to draw and just to be clear, that was to draw the lake levels down beyond the normal winter level, right?
Correct.
Why did Boyce Hydro want to draw the water down below the normal lake levels?
Okay, so when we, back in 2017, FERC issued an order to cease generation on the power. And in doing that, the water could not flow through the electrical equipment and be below the water. So it had to flow over the primary spillways of the dam, which caused them to ice up. And frankly, the dam didn't have the design around it to deal with the ice. And so in the challenge, FERC suspended that order and basically then moved to revocation, but it had stopped the cease generation order. So when we did a diligence in the summer of that year to what's going on, it was pretty clear that the dam wasn't set up to handle icing. Boyce didn't want to bring it back up. And for whatever the reasons he didn't do it, we weren't judging it. We were just saying we agreed with that point that it wasn't safe during winter to run without some aspect of low-level flow and or de-icing equipment that was properly positioned around the dam.
Okay, when you say it wasn't safe, what do you mean it wasn't safe? Can you just explain that?
Well, when you looked at the operations, it was not safe to operate the dam that way because there wasn't any way there was no harnesses or structure for the guys to go in and de-ice that. So it put the workers at risk. It also, when the gates ice up and you can't get the ice off, it stops the operation of the gates. So we felt you have to keep the gates movable, and you couldn't do that in that kind of structure.
Okay, so was the primary concern expressed about worker safety?
Pardon?
Was the primary concern expressed about worker safety?
It was with me. That was the primary concern, and the secondary concern was if you can't get the ice off, then it's going to be a challenge if the gates can't move.
Now, did Eagle accept that request?
They listened to our argument and they didn't. And what we did is boys put a permit in. We were trying to facilitate the permit through Spicer. And no, we did not get approval for the drawdown.
So Eagle denied the drawdown,
Yes,
but did Boyce Hydro do the drawdown anyways?
yes.
Now, the request that you made to draw down Wixom Lake in November of 2019, was that meant to be a permanent drawdown?
No, it was to deal with the issue of not having the right structure in place with de-icing and structure to make and having the right kind of structure to manage the gates during wintertime.
So when that drawdown took place in the winter
We were
of
expecting to-
2019, was
We
it
were
always?
expecting to bring it back up
sorry.
into May. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I cut you off.
I tell you what,
Okay, so the question was, so when that drawdown took place in the winter of 2019,
was it always the intent of Boyce Hydro and the Four Lakes Task Force to return the lake to its normal summer levels in 2020?
Yes, that wasn't the issue. It was the issue of running during the winter. So we were planning to bring it up in May, and now we had a lot more work to do because there was issues around, the impact on the environment for bringing it down and not managing it.
Amy, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 59? Ask you, do you recognize this document?
Can you hold on just a second, please? Please continue.
Do you recognize this document, Mr.
Yeah,
Kepler?
yes.
Did the Four Lakes Task Force present this document to Eagle at the September 20, 2019 meeting?
Yes, we were trying to expedite the problem. So we had a proposal, a study, and a planned announcement that we were going to do this.
Amy, can you highlight the third highlighted paragraph? Magnify. And did this press release express that the intent always was to bring Wixom Lake back to its normal summer level in 2020?
Yes.
Amy, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 79? Can you highlight it or magnify it just to make it a little bigger for those of us that can't see? Including the date stamp, Amy. Do you recognize this email, Mr. Kepler?
I remember the letter, yes,
And what is the date on this email?
April 3rd, 2020.
And this is an email from you to Mr. Mueller?
This is a letter from, from me to Lee asking a question about, obviously the dams were getting a lot of attention. People saw water flowing where they, and somebody here thought that, hey, there must be capacity coming under the water and it's flowing, and that wasn't the issue. But we were asking on behalf of the owners, and then I was also trying to get them over to, let's talk about, getting the permit kind of in
And-
place.
Did you request when the lake was going to be returned to the normal summer levels?
Yeah.
Amy, can you bring up Defense Exhibit 81? And highlight the top email there. What's the date of this email, sir?
Yeah. Yeah, it's April 9th, 2020.
And was this Mr. Mueller's response to your email?
Yes.
And did he communicate to you a schedule to return Wixom Lake back to its normal level?
Yeah.
And in fact, did Boyce Hydro return Wixom Lake back to its normal level in 2020?
Yes, he did.
I think that's
Or
all
they-
the questions.
Yeah, he did.
That's all the questions I have for Mr. Kepler.
Thank you. Ross? Sure. How much time you need? 5, 10 minutes or?
Whatever.
All right. Let's take, 1:45. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll go, try to get through this witness, through the course of this witness, then we'll take one other break before the lunch recess. So, Mr. Kepler, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. You can stay in the courtroom or walk about the place, but if you could be back here in 8 or 9 minutes, that would be most helpful. Okay.
Will do.
Thank you. Court's in recess until 5 minutes before the hour. Or do you want to wait? Okay, let's wait for the rest of your colleagues. You're a wise man, Mr. Juan. I've always thought that, but now it's confirmed. All right. Defense, we ready? Okay, nodding in agreement. Plaintiffs ready?
Yeah, Your Honor, thank
Mr.
you.
Juan, you may examine.
Excuse me. Mr. Kepler, if I, with the hearing issue, if you want me to speak up, let me know.
I'll let you
Okay?
know. Thank you.
Okay. Let's talk about as a lake, somebody who lived on the lake and somebody who's involved with the lakes. One of the things that you were very interested in throughout this whole process is keeping the lake level up at the summer level, correct?
Yeah,
And it's good for recreation, it's good for aesthetics. People who live on the lake like the lake at the summer level, correct?
yes,
And part of what you were doing when you were working with the Sanford Lake Association and then the Four Lakes Task Force was trying to get the lake level to the summer level so you keep it there so that the lakes were nice for the folks, correct?
yes,
Now, you indicated before that you're monitoring the lake levels. Strike that. You're monitoring what's going on with Boyce and FERC, correct?
yes,
And one of the things you were concerned about was that FERC might revoke their license.
right,
And the concern, and you already indicated to the court, was if they revoke the Edenville license, Boyce then loses about 50% of its income. Correct?
correct,
And if they don't have 50% of their income, they can't pay people to maintain the lake and do the things that need to be done to deal with the lake levels, correct?
correct. They needed more than that, though, to manage things.
Right. But that was one of the concerns is that if FERC revokes this license, Boyce isn't going to have the money to do what they need to do, right?
Correct.
And in fact, that came to fruition when FERC did revoke the license. Mr. Mueller kept the lake levels down and basically told you, I can't afford to keep the lake levels up because I can't afford to pay folks, correct?
I would say that's characterizing it, but that's close to the issue.
Generally, that's the flavor of it, correct?
Yeah,
And that's one of the reasons that you, on behalf of Four Lakes Task Force, got into that agreement where you're paying them $40,000 a month, was to help pay for folks to take care of the dams, correct?
yes, I would just say that the long-term answer was not the $40,000. It was, he needed some revenue to pay the operators. We needed, surety we could get to the dam, and it was an arrangement to make that happen.
Sure. But that the $40,000, and it wasn't long-term, but it was short-term to make sure he could pay
Yes,
folks to operate
yes.
the dam, correct? And just a warning, if you and I are together talking in our house or something, we can talk at the
I
same
get it.
time.
I'm sorry.
But, all right. So one of the things that happened when FERC revoked the license is that you had this 307 hearing, correct?
Pardon?
After FERC revoked the license, you were part of the 307 hearing. You petitioned the
Yes,
court through
yes.
Four Lakes Task Force. And the way the deal was going to go is ultimately Four Lakes Task Force was going to buy the dams, correct?
On behalf of the county.
Right.
And
Well, they were going to transfer them to the county after they purchased them, correct?
In the original agreement, yes.
And then the county was going to lease them back to the Four Lakes Task Force for a dollar a year to run them, correct?
No, the county would own them and we would be their delegated authority. So I don't believe there was a leasing back to us on the property. They would own the property, and as a delegated authority, we would be managing it for them, similar to a general contractor.
I'm sorry, I thought I saw that in one of the documents. As far as the working as a delegated authority, the county had to own them in order to tax people, right?
Yes, the county couldn't own a hydro dam, and they couldn't tax the people to buy a hydro dam.
Right.
And so the mechanism to buy the dam was through Part 307, which the county could pay for part of it or all of it or none of it. But it would be their decision based on the special assessment that they wanted to have, district that they want to put in place. So they would see the funding of that dam primarily through the special assessments or any grants or donations that we could develop into the program to offset those assessments.
And one of the concerns that you had was you wanted Boyce to bring the water up even before you had the 409 or the 307 hearing, correct?
Yes, I mean, if you look at the agreement with the counties, it didn't happen until August of 2019 after the assessment, and we were getting grants from the state, and we were getting donations to run the operations privately. So we did have funding both privately and with grants to manage until we could get to the final structure.
Okay. And let's go to Defense Exhibit 49, please. Now, sir, this was the April 16, 2019 letter of understanding between the Four Lakes Task Force and the Boyce entities.
Yes.
And the primary essence of this, and the primary essence is what you talked before about, and that is that you were going to pay Boyce money to allow it to pay their operators $40,000 a month. And Boyce then agreed in response that they would maintain the lake levels at the summer level, correct?
Yes.
And Four Lakes Task Force was not going to pay Boyce the $40,000 if they did not maintain the lake levels, correct?
Yes, I would say that was right.
Okay. And the $40,000, I think you said before, would be applied to the purchase price later.
Yeah, this is a one page of a multi-page document that covers all those terms. So I could probably, I don't
Sure.
recall exactly the terms.
Let's go to page 5 of this document. And this is a letter signed by Mr. Mueller. If you look at the first 2 paragraphs, it says the following enumerates the costs associated with Boyce Hydro LLC's operations and related activities to be undertaken as soon as possible for the purpose of restoring the normal FERC licensed pond levels. Did I read that correctly?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes. And I guess my point was there's a separate document to the agreement, and the agreement referenced this one and was packaged together.
Right.
Yeah.
And below that, it says, in consideration for this undertaking, SLPA FLTF agrees to reimburse Boyce Hydro on a monthly basis payable on or about the 5th day of each month, May through December of 2019, the sum of $40,000, correct?
Yep.
And that was kind of the interim deal that you were going to work on while you're working on the operating agreement and the purchase agreement, correct?
Right.
In fact, the operating agreement and the purchase agreement were both entered into in December of 2019, correct?
Yes.
And the operating agreement was similar in nature to the letter of understanding in terms of the fact that Boyce had to maintain the summer lake levels in order to get paid their monthly stipend, correct?
Yes, there's a payment schedule and it may have been, but it did bring this into so the principle of what you're saying is correct.
And then the ultimate purchase agreement was entered into on December 31 of 2019, correct?
Correct. It was amended later.
And I was going to get to that in a second, but the purchase price was $9,400,000, correct?
Correct.
Boyce needed this deal, didn't they?
Boyce
Needed this deal, didn't they?
needed a deal and
Yeah.
we were the one in town, yeah.
This was basically their only option. They have these dams, they've lost 50% of their revenue now. This is kind of what could be perceived by Boyce as a way to bail them out and get them out of this deal, correct?
Yeah, I guess I'm not
Agree with you?
speaking for Boyce, but I would say that they didn't have a ongoing franchise that would be sustainable beyond the license periods and the contract period with consumers, right?
They didn't have a lot of other options.
Pardon?
They didn't have a lot of other options, did they?
No.
And so if Mr. Mueller was to refuse to maintain the lake levels, that could have queered the deal or stopped the deal, correct?
Well, we would have found another way to figure it out, I guess.
If he was to say, hey, I'm not going to keep these at the normal lake levels, that would potentially,
Well, the contract
Change
is
the
written
deal.
that he has to maintain the dams as the condition they were when we signed the agreement, so they were functioning and working to hold up the lake level.
So they could function.
So the December the agreement anticipated that he had to, the property would be transitioned in this 2-year period on an as-is condition, which included the operations of the lake.
now, as this deal is being put together, even before the April 2019 letter of agreement, you had contact back and forth with Eagle to let them know that you were planning on doing this. Four Lakes Task Force was planning on this transaction, correct?
Yes.
And Eagle was supportive of that. They thought your idea was a good idea. We need to get this out of Boyce, this non-compliant dam owner's hands. Let's get it in the community's hands and then be able to assess to fix the dams.
Response.
I'll rephrase the question, Your Honor.
Very well. Sustained.
When you were working with Eagle, it would be primarily who? Mr. Trumbull?
In this period of time,
Yes.
yeah, I would say it was primarily with Luke. Brian Rudolph was the regional Eagle person. Then we were working with different senior people as we went through the structure.
And Eagle was supportive of what you were doing. They weren't throwing up any state roadblocks. They were supportive of what you were doing, right?
As a regulator, they were working with us, yes.
I didn't ask you as a regulator. Did they throw up any roadblocks?
I would say that with the issue of the FERC dam, it was pretty clear that we could not bring the dam up without a Part 307, that they didn't have the authority to make Mueller bring the lake up, just to bring the lake up. It had to have a legal authority to do so.
Sir,
And that
Excuse me.
was the discussion of Eagle.
Hold on.
Yes, sir.
you said they didn't have the authority. Who are we talking about? Didn't have the
I'm
authority?
sorry, Eagle.
Okay, so after FERC's withdrawal of the license, it was your understanding Eagle did not have the authority to change the lake level? Is that?
We met with Eagle after FERC to discuss two things. One was the transition of information. Where could we help to make sure we weren't, gonna have issues with information? And then second of all, is there any potential or probable scenario that Eagle would permit the lake to come up? And the answer was not without a legal lake level.
And so in these discussions between Four Lakes Task Force and Eagle, Four Lakes Task Force wants the lake level up because for recreation and aesthetics, correct?
Right.
Correct?
Four Lakes wants, yes, I mean, we want the lake, that's our
And you
objective. That's our strategic objective, is to have the lakes. Yes.
And you communicated that to Eagle, correct?
Yes, they knew what we wanted to do.
And Eagle then told you in response to that, yeah, we want an order because then we can enforce the lake levels, correct?
They didn't ask us, they told us
They
that
told
if we
you that.
didn't have a lake level, we couldn't have a lake. And
Right.
so, and they didn't object to that when we brought it into the circuit court.
And they were supportive of that. They wanted it. They told you they needed a lake level to be able to enforce, correct?
If we wanted a lake level, they needed to, if we wanted a lake level, we needed to get a Part 307 to get them to do it, and then they had the regulatory authority to permit it.
Okay, and that's what Eagle told you, correct?
That's kind of what they believe they said.
Okay. Now, the 307 hearing itself, the state was there. I don't know that they participated, but they were there, correct? They had an
I
assistant
believe
attorney.
I believe they signed the order. They had to sign off on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they had an assistant attorney general there, Mr. Bach.
Yes, there's a lot of people. I don't remember who exactly there was there for me.
Mr. Trumbull was there though, correct?
I can't say he was in the courtroom. They were in the process. I think he was.
Okay. He never did testify though, correct?
Pardon?
He never did testify in the 307 hearing, correct?
I don't believe he did.
And you said that 90% of this hearing was about assessments, correct?
I think in terms of the time spent, all the experts put their letters together and put the structure together, and the thing was judged by that with the judge.
In terms of what was going on in court, though, I think you said in response to Mr. Kuehl's question that in your memory, 90% of what was going on.
I was saying the people
Let me
that,
finish my
I'm sorry,
question, sir.
I'm sorry.
You said 90% of what was going on, at least from your perception, was all about assessments, correct?
Yeah, I would say most of the people in the courtroom were there because of the assessment process, not.
And the Spicer folks, you hired them to help be a consultant to work on this 307 petition, correct?
To help us with the study and implement the special assessment process, yes.
So their job was to help you get the legal lake level back to what FERC's level was, correct?
Yeah, that was one of the objectives, yeah.
As long as it's safe, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's talk about that September 20 of 2019 meeting, sir.
Okay.
I thought you said that the real purpose of the meeting was about the ice and the drawdown for the winter? Is that what you said?
That was the timing of the meeting was established around there was other agenda items on the meeting, but the primary timing of that meeting was to get this announcement out and to get FERC's consensus on a drawdown that was greater than the winter legal lake level.
Your Honor, if I could approach, I have exhibits. One thing I want to give you, can I approach? Okay. They're in here, Tab. There's an exhibit 432 that has not been agreed to by the parties. I'm going to try to admit it through Mr. Kepler's testimony, but it has not been agreed to by the parties yet. Right? So, fair? Yes. Okay. Let's go to exhibit 116, plaintiff's exhibits 116. And the first page of this exhibit is a 58-page exhibit. The first page of this exhibit indicates that it's an email from Ron Hansen. Ron Hansen's the Spicer guy, correct?
Correct.
Which exhibit, please?
Exhibit 116, Your
Yeah.
Honor. I'm on page 1 of exhibit 116. Okay. And this is on September 19 of 2020. This is from Mr. Hansen, correct?
Correct.
And it's to a number of people that are going to be attending this meeting, correct?
Yeah, those are the people I would say attended the meeting.
Okay. Luke Trumbull's on this email as a person to whom it's sent, correct?
Luke attended.
This email is also sent to you, correct?
I don't recall Don. This meeting in general has the people that attended. I'm not sure it's 100% who came, and there's other people that came besides that.
Just at the end of the very first line, it says Dave Kepler is one of the people that received it. Is that covered up? Can we get that uncovered?
Yeah, I was at the meeting.
Okay, and you received this email, and this says, attached, please find the information that we will be reviewing and discussing at the meeting tomorrow. correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, one of the things is that you discussed at the meeting following this was the very first memo that was on here was a memo, an 8-page memo on the Edenville dam gates, correct? Let's go to page 2. And this was an 8-page memo that, if you see at the bottom, it says page 1 of 8. See that?
Yep.
And at the top, it says Edenville dam gate test, correct?
Correct.
And let's go to the very first paragraph. It says Luke, and then there's a paragraph there. And that says, this technical memo was prepared to address the questions you presented in an email dated March 19, 2019 to Mr. D. Perkypile, and to summarize the gate tests that were performed at the Edenville Dam on the morning of June 14, 2019. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, and so one of the topics at this meeting was going to be the gate testing, correct?
Yes.
And this indicates that it was done on June 14 of 2019. Go to page 5 of 8. And go to the bottom paragraph. This would be page 6 of the exhibit, Your Honors, page 5 of 8 of the
Yes, sir.
the memo.
Thank you.
And it talks about the gate tests were performed, and about 2/3 of the way down, it says, this configuration allows for a maximum design height for each gate of 6 feet due to limitations of the lifting mechanism, correct?
Yep.
And that's something that was communicated to Mr. Trumbull in this memo that was going to be part of the meeting for September 20, correct?
Correct.
And let's go to page 8 of the exhibit, page 7 of 8 of this portion of the report, in the very last paragraph. And conclusions, and then the very last sentence of the conclusions. At this point in time, based on documents reviewed, the FLTF does not believe that the Edenville Dam can be operated to meet Eagle Dam safety requirement to pass the 1/2 PMF without certain repairs and improvements. Did I read that
Yeah, I would
correctly?
say that's correct.
Okay, and so as of September 19th, you notified Luke Trumbull that FLTF
Yeah,
does
my
not.
point earlier, we weren't endorsing the study.
Let me finish my
Okay, I'm
my
sorry.
question. At that point in time, Mr. Hanson, who was your engineer with the Spicer Group, sent this document to Mr. Trumbull that said that as far as FLTF is concerned, the spillway capacities wouldn't pass 1/2 PMF, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Then the next portion of this, and I'm on page 10 of the exhibit. And this is the first of a 4-page memo regarding the request for the winter drawdown and the ice issue, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that was the topic you talked about before, correct?
Yes.
And then the rest of the documents there, beginning at page 14 through page 58, were all documents that pertain to potential funding, whether it was through Homeland Security or whether it was through fisheries. It was talking about potential funding for the project, correct?
If I believe we did.
Let's go to page 14.
Maybe if we could.
Yeah, let's go to page 14. I'm sorry, sir. I don't mean to, I'm not trying to pull anything over on you. So go up. Just
Yes,
Make the
okay, that was another subject. Yeah,
Okay.
there's some dam funding opportunities.
Okay.
I don't recall that being discussed, but it was discussed
Sure. So
during the process, so.
So in September, you're working with the state, you're working with Spicer, you're attending meetings where you're talking about spillway capacity, you're talking about winter drawdown. You're also talking about how do we fund this project? How do we get this off the ground and get these dams fixed, correct?
Yeah.
And those weren't meetings that were just solely attended by Spicer and Four Lakes Task Force. Those were meetings where the state participated, correct?
Not in an extensive way on the financing, no.
You say not in an extensive way. Did Luke Trumbull show up at the meeting?
This is a grant for a couple $1 million on a very large project. I mean, so we worked with them on funding, but they weren't in the financial track to talk about how to fund the dam.
I'm sorry, maybe my question was not clear. They participated in this meeting, correct?
They were in the meeting, absolutely.
Okay. Let's go to Exhibit 117 if we could. Let's go to just the top paragraph so we can hone in on when this happened. Just the very top where it says to and from, basically.
Okay. This is from Eagle. Oh, this is from Ron. Okay.
Just so we're oriented to Exhibit 117, sir, this is an email from Ron Hansen, who works for Spicer. You're the engineer you're working with, right?
Correct. It's a summary of the meeting we had.
Correct. And then this is September 21, 2019, the day after the meeting, correct?
Yep.
And he's summarizing what went on at the meeting, correct?
Pardon?
He's summarizing what went on at the
Yes.
meeting, correct? Okay. In this particular memo, sir, and I can have you read the whole thing if you want, but this particular memo focuses primarily on this issue about wanting to draw down in the winter for icing issues, correct?
Right.
And let's go start out where it says in summary and draw in the 4 paragraphs below that on page 1 of the exhibit, please. The very first sentence says the FLTF is requesting drawdown Wixom Lake 8 feet this winter, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yeah. So could you ask the question again?
I just asked if I read that correctly. The FLTF is requesting to draw down Wixom Lake 8 feet this winter for
Yes,
safety reasons.
that's correct.
Okay. This doesn't say Boyce is asking. This says FLTF is asking, correct?
Yeah, but we weren't implying that we were physically gonna draw down the lake.
My question was a simple one. This particular sentence does not say Boyce was asking. This particular sentence says FLTF
Yes,
is
we
requesting.
were supporting Boyce and lowering the lake.
So the answer is yes, that says FLTF instead of Boyce, correct?
Pardon?
I'll go on. The next paragraph says, and Brian Rudolph was at this meeting, correct?
Yes.
The Saginaw Bay Eagle District, parentheses, Brian in parentheses, was concerned about the timing of the application and the completeness of the application. Eagle DNR also stated that there were ongoing state of Michigan violation issues with Boyce Hydro, and they could not provide details other than it related to wetlands violations and environmental damage from the unpermitted drawdown last year. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And then they go on to say, the MDNR, Kyle, was concerned about the impact to species, especially in mussels. Do you see that?
Yes.
Ultimately, when the state denied this petition to bring the lake level down for safety purposes, the reason that you understood was that they were protecting the environment and mussels, correct?
I think the points you made there were the points that they were putting in the contract.
Okay.
I don't disagree with that.
And you on behalf of FLTF, or not you personally, but FLTF was saying, hey, this is not safe. This is not safe to keep the lake level up in the winter. We want it drawn down, correct?
We were gonna, if I could explain,
Let's
Well-
stay with my question, sir.
it was not safe for, if we were gonna take control of the dam potentially in terms of the contract, We wanted to make sure that the dam could be operated safely during the winter, and we felt having the water down would be the best option for them.
So real basic premise, you wanted the water down for safety, right?
Yes,
Okay, and the state in the meeting then brought up mussels when you were asking this safety question, didn't they?
they felt that this could be done safely, yes.
My question, sir, was in this meeting, when you brought up this safety issue with drawing down the lake, the state's response was to talk about mussels in this meeting, correct?
They had an issue about mussels and they talked about it and they felt that we should.
That's the
okay,
answer to my question, sir. Thank you.
That was what's written in the document, so I agree.
Okay. The next thing I want to cover is below that, it says Eagle Dam Safety Luke asked if alternatives to the drawdown were considered, specifically about the ability to de-ice the gates and spillway. And then dam safety also requested a 315 dam safety report be prepared. Did I read that correctly?
Yes,
So as of September 20, 2019, Luke Trumbull is saying to Four Lakes Task Force, we want a 315 safety report, right? Did I
that's
read
what
that
it
right?
says. You're reading that.
Okay. I'm going to get back to the 315 safety report because I want to finish one thought that I have on this. No, let's go on from let's go to in this meeting, they wanted the report by the end of the year, didn't they? Those the 315 report. Eagle wanted the 315 report by the
I
end of
don't
the
know
year,
if
didn't
that's documented or not. I don't recall that.
they? Okay, well, let's see where it's documented. Let's go to exhibit 176. Page 3. Let's go up page 1 to start out. Let's orient it and put it in context. I'm sorry. Just the very top part of it. And with Irfan. This is an email from Luke Trumbull. This is after the flood, November the 12th of 2021, and is to Irfan Alvi, Dan Devon, John France, and some other folks, correct?
Yep.
Okay, let's go to page 3 of the document. The third full paragraph.
You hold on a moment, please.
I'm sorry, Judge.
No, fine. So you're examining Mr. Kepler on an email that that he didn't receive.
That's correct.
Okay.
On page 3 of this document, sir, and it's the third full paragraph. Mr. Trumbull is discussing Four Lakes Task Force and the 315 report. And the last sentence says, they expected the report to be completed by the end of 2019. Do you agree with that? The Four Lakes Task Force expected the 315 report to be completed by the end of 2019?
I don't agree with that, I guess I would say. First of all, we're not the owners of the dam. The owner has to provide the 315 report, not us. And so this was all in anticipation of us acquiring the dams.
Sir, the Four Lakes Task Force produced a 315 report in this case. You're saying it wasn't their responsibility?
In just September, it certainly wasn't, no.
You didn't own the dams ever before the lake.
We
Before
we've
the
never
dam
owned the
failed?
dams
Okay.
until the county's never owned the dams until 2020 December.
But throughout this process, Four Lakes Task Force had Spicer preparing a 315 report, right?
Throughout this process, we were preparing to be owners in 2020. That did not occur. And we were working with Boyce to transition from that.
My question was this, sir. Four Lakes Task Force was preparing a 315 report through Mr. Hanson at Spicer in response to Eagle's request, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
We were preparing a 315 report.
And you're disputing the fact that that Four Lakes Task Force told Eagle that it should be done by the end of 2019. You're disputing that?
That's Luke's recollection. I don't dispute it, or I can't acknowledge it either.
Okay, well, let's go to, and then again, when asked, Four Lake Task Force promised it at the end of March of 2020, didn't they?
No, they did not at that point.
Okay, let's look at exhibit number 145, please. Let's enlarge from the top down to just the end of the very first paragraph.
145,
Yes, Your Honor.
page 1.
Yes.
Thank you.
And this is an email from Ron Hansen to Luke Trumbull dated February 7 of 2020, correct, sir?
Yep.
And Ron Hansen says, regarding the 315 report, my goal is to submit it by the end of March. We are meeting with structural and geotechnical engineers from GEI on February 11 and will be seeking input from them as well. Did I read that correctly?
Yeah.
Ron Hansen's the guy who worked for you, right?
Right.
And do you agree with me that he's promising this report, but that he expects it to be done by
He
the
said
end of March?
his goal is to submit it by the end of March,
Okay.
but he cannot sign the report. The owner has to.
Have you seen the report, sir?
Pardon?
Have you seen the report that he submitted? The owner didn't sign the report. Mr. Hansen
Just
signed.
ask a question one at a time. You're
Okay.
rolling multiple questions into one.
I'm getting a little excited. I'm sorry. I apologize. Excuse me. Have you seen the report that Mr. Hansen prepared?
I honestly don't know, or don't recall.
Okay. Let's go to exhibit 104, please. This is the Edenville Dam inspection report, correct? It says prepared by Spicer Group, Inc. You see that?
If they prepared it and they
No,
sent it to me, I would have read it.
Do you see where it says prepared by Spicer Group, Inc.?
Yeah.
That's all I'm asking. Okay. Do you see Boyce anywhere on here? Lee Mueller, Boyce, anybody saying that they prepared this report and they're submitting it?
I don't see it.
Okay. Have you read the report?
I've said I don't recall. I usually read most of the things that come to me, so something like this I would have read if I saw it.
Did you know that in the report, it states an embankment stability analysis is recommended? Did you know that?
I don't recall it, but it sounds reasonable to do.
Let's go to page 5 of exhibit 106, please. But before you put this up, one of the things, sir, that Four Lakes Task Force did, they raised money to purchase the dams, help maintain the dams, pay for things like Mr. Mueller's folks to operate the dams, correct?
Yeah,
And back in 2019, you had, I think, $5 million in the bank, correct?
in 2019, yeah, we had a state grant and we had, yeah,
Okay. And this was before this was the year before the dams failed, correct?
yeah.
And let's look at exhibit 106. I did not attach this, Your Honor, because this is defendants 106, which is the IFT
I have
report. Okay,
106.
good.
I opened up. It has its own binder.
Yeah, I know that, and I didn't reprint the 500 pages, I promise you.
That's, yes. I have 106 ready.
Let's go to page 5 of 106.
And I will note, I've already, I'm not disclosing any deliberations of the court, but it probably comes as no surprise to anyone of the lawyers that there are multiple highlights on page 5, and I've had my highlighter out multiple times. Oh, I've already highlighted that. Yeah, so let's see if we're going over things I've already highlighted, but please proceed.
Let's the fourth paragraph. Have you read the IFT report, sir?
Yes, I have.
Okay. So you're aware of this provision where this portion of the report where they say that had there been an embankment stability analysis done, it likely would have shown that there was a need for a buttress or a berm, correct?
Yes,
And you realize that that the IFT states, and I think Mr. Marr, our expert, agrees, that had a buttress or berm been placed, that it would have likely prevented the dam from failing, correct?
say that again, the premise again.
Are you aware that the IFT, I won't talk about Dr. Marr, but the IFT indicated that if a berm or buttress had been placed on that embankment, that it likely would have prevented the dam from failing, correct? I'll read it here.
Yep, right there. Yeah.
Okay. And the last sentence here says, if this vulnerability had been recognized, it could have been remediated by slope flattening or buttressing, which the dam owners would have been able to afford. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And which already had been done at other locations. This remediation would likely have prevented the embankment failure. Sir, if it had been brought to your attention on behalf of the Four Lakes Task Force that this dam needed buttressing or slope flattening, that the embankment was dangerous and it needed buttressing or slope flattening. Four Lakes Task Force had the money, $5 million in the bank, to do this kind of a repair, correct?
But we didn't own the dam and we didn't have $5 million at that time. We'd spent it getting to this point. We were in the process of funding for bonds. That being said, we had a priority on fixing the dam based on the FERC dam safety reports. And we had a program on doing the repairs. And if this became a critical issue, we had a note apparently to study it, but it was not on the high level risk that we saw at that time.
It wasn't on your radar at that point, correct?
It was on the radar to study it, but it wasn't in the FERC reports that I could recall.
And in fact, embankment stability was an issue that you were cognizant of, but you weren't focusing on that. Instead, you were focusing on the spillways, correct?
We were doing a study, so our number one priority issue was to get the gate hoist changed out and get de-icing processes in place, and then finish the study and figure out what cap projects we needed to do in the program that was laid out.
What happened to the, you said you didn't have the $5 million left by early 2020. We're talking about early 2020 in terms of fixing this.
We were in the process of funding the bond to acquire the dams and moving the structure up. And we were, had a few $1 million in the bank left to work on that, what I would recall. It wasn't if that was a high priority thing, if we had to address it, it would be on our schedule to address. The vulnerability hadn't been recognized, and apparently we were gonna look at studying all aspects of the dam, but there was a priority based on the FERC 12D reports that we put in place on repairing what was in the high priority list and recognizing that we had to deal in our observation with the safety of the gate mechanisms that hoisted up the Edenville Dam.
And the thing that would bring this up higher on your priority list was if somebody did an embankment stability analysis and said, hey, this thing could fail if we don't have a buttress. That's something that put it on your high priority list, right, sir?
That's kind of what it says. I don't disagree with that.
Okay. Let's talk about the permit application seeking the state's authorization to raise the water level. You were part of that process, correct, sir?
Yes.
Let's go to exhibit number 148. And this is the application for the permit, correct?
Yes, it looks like it.
And it's it's called a joint permit application, correct?
Right.
And that's joint because you're asking for it on behalf of Boyce Hydro as the applicant, and you're also working as the agent for the applicant. When I say you, I'm talking about Four Lakes Task Force, correct?
Yes, we mutually agreed that we should lower the water, and so we're working together.
But what I'm getting at, sir, is Four Lakes Task Force prepared this application, correct?
Yes.
And you did so as the agent for Boyce, correct? When I say you, Four Lakes Task Force, did he prepare
Ultimately,
this?
he has to sign it and take responsibility for it. Yes.
Let's go to page 5 of 12, or page 5 of 12. This identifies you as the agent, correct? David Kepler, that's you?
This is the
Mr. Juan, can you hold on a second?
that document does, yes.
Sorry. No, I'm just trying to keep up. Okay, please.
This application identifies agent contact being David Kepler at Four Lakes Task Force, correct?
Yep.
And below that, it talks about the consultant at Ron Hansen at Spicer Group, correct?
Yep.
And this was the application to seek the state's authorization to raise the lake level back up to 675.8, correct?
If that's the Summer Lake level.
It's up to the Summer Lake level.
I don't have them all memorized.
Yep. As this application process is going through, Mr. Mueller caused a problem in terms of the application, at least raised an issue with regard to the application, correct?
Right.
Let's go to exhibit number 152. And at the bottom of page 1, this is where the email string starts. Where it says it starts with from Lee Mueller part. Mr. Mueller sends you an email on April the 8th at 1:58 a.m., correct?
Yep, he was probably in Las Vegas.
Okay. And he was requesting corrections to the draft permit. Brian Rudolph had sent him the permit that he was going to issue. Mr. Mueller's calling it a draft permit, and he wants to change some stuff, correct?
Yep.
And you responded to that at the top half of this. And your email was 6:30 a.m. that same day, April 8th, correct?
Yeah,
And you listed this importance as high, correct?
importance of what?
Importance high, below subject, it says importance high.
Oh, yeah,
That was your word, high, in that,
it was a flag in Microsoft,
okay?
I think.
What's it?
We didn't address anything related to the submission or, permit to our direct. Plans have not identified Mr. Kepler on their witness list. This is far beyond the scope when we had
Okay, response.
Your Honor, there's no such thing as the cross goes beyond our direct and our evidence rules. I'm entitled to cross-examine the witness that they put on the stand and elicit any relevant evidence in the case that I might elicit through the course of my questioning. I'm also entitled to get into credibility issues. I don't anticipate with this witness, but those are things that on cross-examination, I absolutely have the right to do. They cannot limit my cross-examination by saying it goes beyond the scope of what we talked about if I'm eliciting relevant information.
All right. Are you gonna, do you propose to examine what areas, if any, that are potentially beyond the scope of direct? If Mr. Cool's, that's basically is what I understand Mr. Cool's objection to be. We've got this, what other areas, so that we can try to be efficient in the manner in which we address this.
Okay.
So you got 152. Is it all 8 pages?
Well, it's the issue of the permit. Your Honor. It's one of the biggest issues in the case is the permit, and I want to get into his participation in the permit process. That's relevant to the case and it's part of this. And so that's why I want to do it with this one. I have an issue with a bond issue and I can explain at that point in time why I think that's relevant. But they're clear.
All right. So permitting process, bond process, and then anything else?
Well, part of this whole permitting process and bond process includes the threats of litigation by the state against Mr. Mueller.
I'm sorry, say it one more time.
Part of the interrelationship between the bond process and the permitting process is the issue of the threat of litigation by the state against Mr. Mueller. That's something that's relevant to the case that I intend to get into as well.
All right. Mr. Cool, response.
The second part there, the viewer perhaps testify about whether or not he felt threatened by the state. Certainly, Mr. Kepler was far beyond again, we've been over these issues already. We have plenty of testimony about these issues when they were working on a very direct case. Now is not the time.
All right. The objection to the scope of the cross-examination currently being proffered and the questions currently being proffered by plaintiff's counsel in response to defendant's witness in their case in chief is respectfully overruled. The restriction of what the scope of cross-examination can or cannot include, the court respectfully believes that it is further than the scope anticipated by the objection interposed by the defendants. It is, however, not without limits, and the court will listen carefully, as I have been attempting to try to do during the course of this trial, to the questions being asked. I think the most recent question is a permissible scope of exam, even if it is not the specific underlying factual premise may not have been directly examined by defendant's counsel during the course of the direct examination, the issues related to what the Four Lakes Task Force writ large and this witness specifically as an agent or officer of the Four Lakes Task Force was examined during the course of the direct testimony by the attorney for the defendants. I believe it is fairly brought into issue what the level of either this witness and or the Four Lakes Task Force may or may not have been in the permitting process is fairly before the court under Michigan Rule of Evidence 401, which dictates and instructs what may be examined as to evidence before a court, that being relevant evidence. 401 states evidence is relevant if it has any tendency to make a fact more or less probable than it would be without the evidence, and the fact is of consequence in determining the action. Rule 402 continues that relevant evidence is admissible unless any of the following provides otherwise: the United States Constitution, the Michigan Constitution, these rules, meaning the Michigan Rules of Evidence, or other rules prescribed by the Supreme Court. 403 continues and instructs that the court may exclude relevant evidence if its probative value is substantially outweighed by a danger of one or more of the following: unfair prejudice, confusing the issues, misleading the jury. We don't have a jury in this case, but we do have a finder of fact. Undue delay, wasting time, or needlessly presenting cumulative evidence. In this matter, court, the burden of proof on this taking allegation made by the plaintiffs individually and collectively, the burden of proof is on the plaintiffs. Mr. Juan represents the court as an officer of the court that he is seeking to show some aspect of the element of proof necessary to meet their burden of proof that the permitting process, the plaintiff's theory of the case, is relevant to their seeking to meet their burden of proof. As I go through the catalog of memories that I'm capable of articulating since January 2024 in this matter, my review of the complaint of the plaintiffs, the complaints of the plaintiffs, the initial motions for summary disposition in lieu of answers submitted by the defendants, the review of the decisions of Judge Stevens, the review of the rulings of Judge Shapiro in this court, the review of the Court of Appeals decisions, I believe in the fall of 2023, the declination for immediate review by the Supreme Court of the state. Likewise, I believe, think in November of 2023, I don't have those files open in front of me right now. Judge Shapiro's orders preceding his announcement of retirement, the orders I issued immediately after being assigned this case. We have had quarterly scheduled status conferences in this case. We have had many opportunities to be together for evidentiary hearings, for motion hearings, for discussions, both in the quarterly on the record hearings. We have had hearings that have come up between this regularly scheduled quarterly hearings, which the court is allowed to take place either in camera by Zoom or by in the courtroom on the record. In all of these, or many of these proceedings, the issue of the raising from a lowered level of the Edenville Pond in the latter part of 2019, flowing through until, and I don't mean to use the word flowing pejoratively, that's just happens to be the word that came to my mind, but the continuation of that issue until the calendar year 2020 and leading up until the permitting issue has been squarely before this court and every tribunal that has been asked to review these claims since the initial filing of the plaintiff's complaints in May of 2020. Therefore, it is my belief that those issues are squarely and have squarely been before every judicial officer who has been asked to and required to serve in these cases, be it trial courts or appellate tribunals. And I think therefore it is relevant. And for those reasons, the court respectfully declines to sustain the objection interposed. That does not prevent Mr. Kuhl, the examining attorney on the direct exam of Mr. Kepler, to interpose further objections. He may, and I will seek to rule on them as we proceed through this. But as to the question that was proffered probably 15 minutes ago, that will probably have to be rephrased by Mr. Wan, because unless Mr. Kepler has a photographic oral memory, I don't suspect you remember what the question was, because I kind of don't at this point. So the objection is overruled. You may continue, Mr. Wan. Mr. Kuhl, as the questions proceed, if you feel that they're objectionable matters, please interpose them and we'll go through the process with whatever time is necessary. Thank you. Continue, Mr. Wan.
Thank you, Judge.
Please restate.
We're looking right now, sir, at Exhibit 152. And we're looking at the top half of that, which is your response to Mr. Mueller in an email April 8th at 6:30 a.m. It's about 4.5, 5 hours after Mr. Mueller sent you his email, correct?
Yeah.
And you point out to him that the consequences of you and Eagle getting in a dispute that leads to impairment of our agreement is extremely high. You're talking about Eagle suing Mueller, correct?
No, always has a history of getting a dispute on every action in regulation, whether it's FERC or Eagle. So this was a fairly straightforward permit. If you look at the top on part 301, which handles streams and inland lakes on a number of things. And there's 35 points in that permit, 25 5 of them, which are checkbox kind of things that don't get changed, and he's trying to change them all. And so it's,
I'm sorry, you said he's trying to change them all?
he being Lee.
Thank
So
you.
Lee has to sign the order. Has to sign the permit because he's the owner.
All right.
He's starting to modify points that are boilerplate points that aren't going to be accepted by Eagle. And he's trying to insert FERC's language into the datum that doesn't make sense. And my concern was, we've got many things going on, and this is going to be one more thing that becomes an impediment to us getting this deal closed. And it's a very straightforward permit. And that's what we were trying to resolve with this, among 100 other issues that were going on.
One of the things that you did in response to Mr. Mueller's concerns was you agreed to indemnify him on certain issues that arose as a result of these things in the permit, correct?
The permit was about opening a gate, and we indemnified him on 5 points out of 35 that had nothing to do with the issue. And we held him accountable for the operations and implementation as outlined in the permit.
There was an indemnity agreement that you signed for
Not
Mr. Mueller.
for the 5 points.
Listen to my
Sorry.
question, sir.
Okay.
On April 8th of 2020, you prepared an indemnity agreement for Mr. Mueller, indicating that you would indemnify him on certain points if he would sign the application, correct? Or, not-
Yes, if I
he
would
sign
state
the
it,
permit.
we indemnified him on about 8 points if he would sign the application, but it didn't relieve him of the obligations of what was in the permit.
Let's go to page 3 of Exhibit 152. Or actually, let's go to page 5. So on April 8 of 2020, after Mr. Mueller at 1:58 a.m. raised these concerns, at some point in April 8, you prepared this letter agreeing to indemnify him on certain closed points, correct? You said 5 or 8 points?
That's what we referenced in that previous email, yes.
Okay. And let's look at the second paragraph of this letter. And here you say, while acknowledging your concerns, we believe that time is of the essence to raise Wixom Lake. This is on April the 8th, correct?
Correct.
Why was time of the essence on April the 8th?
Because I'm trying to close a deal in June, and we have a bunch of components, and having a lake level is one of those.
When Mr. Mueller agreed to sign the petition, here Mr. Mueller signed on an acknowledgement on April 8th of 2020, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and at that point, then he agreed to sign the permit, correct?
Correct. I would point out in your note here that he shall not exceed any actions that set forth in the court order or any other issues in the permit. So he had an obligation to do this in the way that was permitted by law, and we held him harmless on these 8 points that weren't material to the permit.
Were you communicating back and forth with Brian Rudolph on the telephone about this? The fact that the permit's out there, we need Lee to sign the
I don't
permit?
recall. Oh, you asked me. I thought, sorry, you finished up.
That this permit's out here, I've prepared it, we need Lee to sign it in order for it to be issued. Were you talking back and forth with Brian Rudolph about that?
I don't recall that. I don't recall it because normally these permits, and I've signed hundreds of them, the Eagle signs it, they send it to me, I sign it. The person that's signing it, Eagle's a regional guy, so, or Brian was a regional guy, so his name was on most of the permits that were signed.
So Mr. Mueller acknowledges this indemnification agreement on April 8th of 2020. Let's go to Exhibit 154. And the first page, this is the permit, correct?
Correct.
And this is the one that Mr. Rudolph had prepared that Mr. Mueller had objected to, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Mueller received your indemnification letter on April the 8th, correct?
Yes,
He signed it.
yeah.
And so let's go to page 5 of page 4 of this exhibit. And that's that very same day, April the 8th, Mr. Mueller then signs this permit, correct?
Looks like it.
And then the very next day, April the 9th, the permit's issued by Mr. Rudolph, correct?
Yeah.
What was
Well,
the
oh,
rush?
excuse me, usually the permit signed is an approval, and if you sign it without any modifications, then it basically kind of automatically approves. So it's not unusual they get permitted on the same day. I don't know.
Let's go to page 1 of this exhibit, please.
Which exhibit?
Exhibit number 154, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And just so we're clear, this permit got issued on April the 9th of 2020, correct?
Yeah.
Which is the very day after Mr. Mueller signed it, correct?
Yeah.
What was the rush? What was the rush? Well, time is of the essence. You at 6 a.m, you're asking him you're giving him an identification agreement. He signs the permit that day, and then the permit's issued the next day. What was the rush?
If you looked at I went back and looked at the emails related to this. If you look at what I was doing and what the team was doing in April and May, it was 15, 20 hours a day kind of work. You know, we were trying to put a bond funding together. We were trying to get these studies done. And part of this was this lake deal, and this is one more thing. And in the scheme of the lake level issue is one thing, in the scheme of writing, responding to a permit that's pretty vanilla was one thing we were just trying to get off the table. And so, yeah, we use time as the essence, and I would certainly tell you we weren't going to do anything we believed was going to be unsafe, and working through that, if that's the implication.
One of the other things that that you had with the state is you had a settlement agreement so they wouldn't sue you about the environmental impacts, correct?
At that time, yeah, there was a settlement, after there was a settlement with the state.
Okay.
So that we were able to get bond financing, yes.
Okay, and you needed that because your bond lawyer needed to be able to tell the state that there are no liens against the property, and they were concerned that there was potentially going to be a lien against the real estate and potentially a suit against Four Lakes Task Force, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
It kind of, I mean, it's a long journey
Sure.
to characterize in the way you did it.
But in essence, you needed that settlement from the state to be able to pursue the bond financing.
A bond, oh, I'm sorry.
To go and try to get the deal financed through bonds, you needed the assurance from the state that they weren't going to go after Four Lakes Task Force or put a lien on the property, right?
I would say a bond attorney is not going to sign off on a deal, a bond that is encumbered by a lawsuit, and we were uncertain where it was, and we had to get that cleared, yes.
And so the state agreed that they agreed that they wouldn't pursue those
We
things.
entered into a settlement with the state.
And part of the settlement was that Four Lakes Task Force was going to provide potentially $1 million to remediate issues with ecological concerns in the future, correct?
We were offering $1 million with the idea over a multi-year period that we would do a study of the mussels. We knew that that was an issue and that Boyce wouldn't be around to do it. So we were going to have that burden anyway. So we basically went with the state and said, hey, we will handle this aspect of the post aspect of dealing with the mussel studies. And that allowed us to get clarity that we weren't in part of the issue.
And the settlement agreement was being negotiated between Mr. Coliani and Mr. Gamble, and that was from April 2nd to April 8th of 2020, correct?
Yeah, that sounds right.
And again, the state, the state was at least being helpful to the extent that they could to get this deal done. They weren't hurting themselves, but they were doing, they generated this in a 6-day period. They were trying to help you get this deal done, correct?
I feel the state had an issue with Boyce and we presented to them that issue was going to encumber us if they didn't kind of clear us out of that process, and we came to a settlement agreement.
Hang on, my maybe that's. Thank you, sir. That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, the exhibit 432, you should take that out because I did not seek admission of it. And I don't intend to go into it.
All right. Okay, here's 432. I'm handing it back to plaintiff's counsel. Fagan. Ms. Fagan, before you start, can I ask Mr. Cool and Mr. Gamble a question? But come up to the podium. Mr. Juan, if you could stay at the podium. What, with the withdrawal of 432, what, does that resolve the exhibit issue that was proffered, or that I think and the reason I'm bringing this up, just so it's clear for the record, the lawyers have been courteous and kind enough to advise the court ahead of time if there's some issues, and we had a complete Microsoft changeover between when we adjourned yesterday evening and when we started this morning. Mrs. Tomet, my judicial assistant, I'm so grateful for her help, and we've been together like the CCAC, from the circuit court to the governor's office to this court, and I couldn't do my job without her. I'm so grateful. But she indicated there was some objection interposed, or that there might be an objection. Is that still in play? Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. How long do you expect your exam?
5 minutes.
Okay. I would like to proceed if that's okay with all the lawyers. All right. Ms. Fagan, please proceed.
Thank you.
And I am literally running out of paper, so I may need to get some more, but at any rate, go ahead, Ms. Fagan.
Good morning, Mr. Kepler. I represent the class plaintiffs in this matter. Just have a couple questions for you. One of the purposes of the special assessment district was to assess local property owners for the cost of repairing and rebuilding the Edenville Dam, correct?
Correct.
And those assessments are mandatory on area residents, correct?
After they're approved, yes.
They're not voluntary donations, correct?
Those are not, no.
Residents have to pay even if they opposed the assessment, correct?
Yes,
And residents have to pay even though they had no role in the poor condition of the Edenville Dam, correct?
if an assessment is established, that's true.
Now you understand that Wixom Lake is a public lake, right?
Yes,
It's not a private amenity owned only by the assessed residents, correct?
the assessment doesn't own the lakes, the counties own the lakes.
Correct. So the lake is not a private amenity owned by the
Yes,
residents, correct?
The lakes as they exist today are public lakes. They are, there's an assessment district and they pay for the benefit of being.
Who's they,
adjacent
please?
to a public lake.
Who's they? They
The
pay
property owners,
within the
the
assessment
special
district.
assessment district.
Thank you.
But the lake's open to the general public, not
General
only.
public can,
Let me finish my question.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Now, the lake is open to the public, not just assessed residents, correct?
Correct.
So anybody can go. If I have a canoe or a kayak, I can drive up to any of these 4 lakes and go to the public boat launch and put the kayak in the water and go
Be
do
a
whatever.
public be a public access or a private marina, you can get access to the lake.
All right. Thank you.
Now, Four Lakes Task Force has publicly communicated that the assessment was necessary because the repair and rebuild costs for Edenville Dam are substantial, correct?
Are we talking about before or after the failure? but true on both counts.
Perfect. And now you would agree that generally, the longer that serious dam deficiencies go unaddressed, the more expensive the ultimate fix can become, correct?
Yes.
So if repairs had been made to address the Edenville Dam's known deficiencies before the flood, the scope and cost of repair would have likely been less, correct?
The more repairs you can get done, the better you are. Yes.
And so those assessments would have been less had those repairs been done before the flood than they are today, correct?
With your logic, yes. It's, I would say, more complicated than that.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Any follow-up cross, Mr. Juan? Any redirect? All right, and the court has no further questions. I did ask some as we went along. I don't think I have any other questions for this witness, for plaintiffs. May the witness, may Mr. Kepler be excused for the defense. May Mr. Kepler be excused for the plaintiffs. All right, Mr. Kepler, thank you for your testimony. You're excused from further testimony at this time. You're free to stay, or you may return to Michigan's snowy roadways.
I'll try to get out of here before I can't get out of here. Thank you.
I understand. It's, yeah, a lot more snow than I thought the weather prognosticators had told us we were going to get today. All right. Mr. Gamble.
The remaining testimony is to be played for recording issues now.
Okay.
The total amount of time that the recording will take is probably about 2.5 hours.
Mhm.
So however, we could start from now,
Now,
take a bite out of them and then finish it.
are we going to require Ms. Seacock to be in the courtroom during the time period that the recorded deposition testimony? I think this is of Mr. Perkpile and witness Griner, right? Okay, will Mrs. Seacock be required to be in here other than the beginning and the end of the testimony?
There are no objections. Nothing stricken from the transcript, so I would follow this marking the transcripts and see how
Okay. We have some of the lawyers are talking, which is always a good thing. I'm always happy when lawyers are talking to each other.
There's a transcript already generated for the I don't believe.
Okay.
You can mark that as each transcript. I don't think there's any.
When we did witnesses through the reading of transcripts, we sort of skipped through or there were highlighted areas, and the court is not going to review the highlighted areas. Okay.
The parties have already discussed, but I don't think it's taking enough time. We're both on with just saying it time.
Okay. All right, Ms. Fagan, who's been
I
a
just make sure that it's the opposite. The highlighted areas were the areas
oh my gosh, I think we have to have a mistrial. We got to start from the beginning. No, I am literally being facetious, and I shouldn't. I remember a great U.S. district judge I used to appear in front of. He said, Jim, when judges try to be funny, they're fools. And I said, so I probably was just a fool in the eyes of whoever's watching. I didn't mean to be. Okay. I'm sure whatever I'm going to look at is what you told me to look at, because I don't have the bandwidth to, there's enough to do. Okay. I think I understand the lay of the land. So we have two more witnesses for the people. Once those witnesses are completed through deposition, do the plaintiffs anticipate, and at that point, you would anticipate resting the defense's case in chief? Do the plaintiffs anticipate a case in rebuttal? All right. Okay, so here, I think I'm probably ready for a recess before we go into 2+ hours of recorded testimony. So it's 1:20, gosh, it's 11:20 at this time, 11:18. Let's reconvene at 12:30 and we'll proceed at that point into, can you One man. I told you, there's gonna be, I'm telling you, Jerry Zimmer's gonna have an order for the clerk of court saying I can't do something, but anything for defense. All right, we're in recess till 12:30. Thank you.
I mean, you have the transcript.
Your Honor, I apologize. I took the balcony rate because I'm after.
Can you just rest?
Yes. Thanks.
The coin of the realm is always what's convenient for the court reporter, so.
Thank you. I don't know. I'll get you know. You have to, yeah, because I don't know. No.
Well, they're on the S drive.
Okay. You see if I can work on.
Well, yeah, you can put it on one drive or share it.
Yeah.
I can do that. Or wait, no, not.
That's, oh, it's up there.
Yeah.
It might
be fully suited.
Let me try. You can play.
We're just gonna experiment.
We're just experimenting.
We're not on the record yet. Go ahead.
Yeah, this should be like that.
Elizabeth, at some point, I'm gonna need, I printed out those calendars. They're on my center or left center of my desk.
Downstairs?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Okay, there you go.
And Richard Cole on behalf of the state defense.
You can take yours.
Yeah, you
Yep, I did it. Sorry.
try to.
For whatever.
Want your mic.
There's no reason I can't sit here since I have the computer going.
So that I can just send this.
No.
Thanks a lot, man, because Jeff made it.
This is a recording.
Oh, it's a recording video, so there's screen share.
It's trying to get it live.
Truth, full truth and nothing but the truth.
So AI effect to it, doesn't it?
I do.
Thank you.
I'm going to just send you around the right. Just like. Way you. It works to you.
Yes.
It's only for.
While we're waiting, does everybody agree we don't have to have a status conference next week? I think I know what everybody's status is gonna be. Seeing optometrists and ophthalmologists.
If you'd like us to come back.
I would love,
Get the team back together.
Definitely finishing today, right? We don't need.
Yeah.
I've got a new SD cord.
Do you have an HDMI?
Yes, that's what I meant.
Okay.
I've
got a long one.
So do I.
I got a long one. Oh, you do? That long enough to get from the TV to there?
No.
Is it? Maybe not.
Here.
I think I got a long one.
Yours might be longer. Mine's pretty long. Yes.
That's Jeff, he's gonna talk.
I could also put my computer here and
Oh.
I thought mine was long.
Out of his bag.
Yeah, 82-foot cord is collapsible.
Well, it would be, it's, I just.
That's nice. Thank you.
Yeah.
We got a little map.
Yeah, I think we can make that work. Right.
All right.
Okay. Switch it.
Nobody fall.
Sense an SNL skit.
My wife and I will have been married 40 years this year. I'm so lucky. And she always says, you relive your life in movie vignettes. It's definitely picking up the microphones.
I muted myself.
Yep, you muted yourself.
Yep. Let me
Now just-
share my video.
No, you don't need to do that. You can just,
Oh,
this is your computer screen. So you can just play it on your native play.
Okay, let's see if we hear him.
Here, the witness.
Okay, so just get out of Zoom.
I'll get out of this.
Yep, leave the Zoom. meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah, leave the Zoom.
Did you?
Council, please introduce themselves for the record at this time, after which the poll.
Now we're good.
Okay, we're ready. Your Honor, unfortunately, I think this is the only screen it will go to.
Will it? Okay, we're on. All right. Good afternoon. Time is 12:36. We've been, the lawyers and the staff and the court have been working since before 12:30, so I apologize for the short delay. We're working on trying to get the deposition testimony of the remaining two witnesses able to broadcast here in court. I think both are, I've already acknowledged our two amazing IT people. One of them literally said, I have a cord, and he pulled out about 100-foot coaxial cord out of like a pencil-sized briefcase. So I'm not sure how that worked, but it was that I've been married 40 years, as I just said, and I've been a member of the Boy Scouts, or now Scouting America, since I was 11 years old, and I'm 65. So I'm been scouting for 54 years, and the motto is be prepared. And I don't know if you're a scout, but if you're not, you certainly follow the motto. So thank you for having it ready and able to go. I did ask the lawyers before we got started if there was any objection to the court canceling the scheduled status conference for February 2nd, 2026. I was advised that it wasn't advised. I think all the lawyers in the court agree that we're all going to be working on the case, but we don't need to have a status conference that day. Is that correct for plaintiffs? Defense?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to issue an order that states order canceling the February 2nd, 2026 status conference that reads as follows. On February 10th, 2025, the court issued an order entitled Order Following February 3rd, 2025 Status Conference, which included the scheduling of a February 2nd, 2026 status conference. The court orders that the status conference is unnecessary at this time. It is therefore canceled. It's so ordered. I'm signing it here. in open court. First, a couple of reasons, it's probably not going to get filed till tomorrow, but you can clear your calendars for February 2nd, council. So, all right. We continue in the proofs. Are both sides ready? And will this, if individuals wishing to observe our trial, are they going to be able to see this?
I'm not sure. I don't think so. Unfortunately, they should be able to hear it,
All right,
but I don't think they'll be able to see the video.
but the audio should go through.
Yes.
All right, and it may not be projecting the image, but it should project the sound. In the event that it doesn't project the sound, I would note for the record, we are in open court in a public courtroom in Grand Rapids, as has been scheduled since the beginning of the assignment of this case to me as the presiding judge. So it is testimony in open court. It may not work perfectly for those trying to view remotely. If it doesn't, I'm sorry for that. But this is the way we're going to proceed with the next two witnesses. All right. We're still in defendant's case in chief. Defendant's ready to proceed?
Yes.
All right. Plaintiff's ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
All right. Great. Thank you. Counsel, you may call your next witness.
Next witness is Mr. D. Perkypile. His deposition was recorded on December 10th, 2025.
And this is the testimony that will be submitted for all purposes allowed under the Michigan court rules and the Michigan case law. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Plaintiffs agree?
Great.
Any objection to proceeding with these next two witnesses, but particularly this first one, Mr. Perkypile, in this fashion? All right, thank you. All right, court's ready.
One more item, Your Honor, if I may approach. This is defendant's exhibit 161. It's just the transcript of Mr. Perkypile's deposition.
Okay. Do we need something? Okay. Without objection, the exhibit is admitted and it'll be part of the court record. It's exhibit 161. I may be utilizing this as we proceed. Is this the court's copy?
Yes.
Is it possible sometime, it doesn't have to be today, but if you could supplement the record with an identical one for the court file, I would like to be able to take notes on this and the following witnesses' testimony, if that's satisfactory to both the plaintiffs and defendants. All right, great. So this is my working copy. It is not going to be part of the official court file because there will be aspects of the deliberative process and analysis process that is not part of the court record. But the official transcript will be submitted by defendant's counsel at such time as is convenient within the next week or two. Ready to go?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's see what happens.
We are on the record at 10:04 a.m. on December 10th, 2025. This begins the video recorded deposition of Richard D. Perkypile taken in the matter of David Krieger et al. Versus Michigan Department of Environment, Great Lakes and Energy et al. This deposition is being taken remotely. Will counsel please introduce themselves for the record at this time, after which the court will swear in on this.
Hey, counsel. This is Sergeant B. General here on behalf of the defendants.
Kevin Carlson for the Mastor plaintiffs.
Rena Ray, appearing on behalf of the non-party witness, Mr. Perkypile.
and Richard Cole on behalf of the state defendants.
Jason Thompson and Pauline Kennedy on behalf of the class.
Okay, I think we got everybody. My name is Amanda Fletcher, notary public and digital reporter for Esquire Deposition Solutions in the state of Michigan. I will be capturing the verbatim record of today's proceeding using electronic audio equipment, a computer, and specialized recording software, which is not formal stenography. The witness is located in Holiday Island, Arkansas, and has confirmed their identity with a Arkansas driver's license. Absent any objection at this time, counsel and the witness agree to my remote administration of the oath to this witness, and that the final transcript may be used for all purposes allowed by the Michigan Rules of Civil Procedure, as well as the recording in e-litigate CE. Hearing no objection, this shall constitute agreement and stipulation of such, and I'll now swear the witness. Would you raise your hand for me, please, sir? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Perkypile, my name is Nathan Gamble, and I'll be asking some questions of you this morning. And I will first ask the questions about your background, and then ask you some more specific questions about the work that you did for Boys High. Do you have any questions for us before we begin?
No, sir.
Mr. Perkypile, did you earn degrees related to engineering?
I did.
What degrees have you earned in your past?
Bachelor of Science, Agricultural Engineering with an emphasis on soil and water conservation engineering.
And how long ago did you earn that degree?
That was 1984.
Was it from Texas Tech?
Texas Tech University.
And are you currently licensed in the state of Michigan as an engineer?
No longer.
In which states are you licensed as an engineer?
Texas only.
After you graduated from university, did you begin work as an engineer?
I did.
Where's the first place you worked after graduation?
It was the Texas Department of Water Resources.
What did you do for the Texas Department of Water Resources?
I was in the hydrology and hydraulics unit.
And what did your work entail in that unit?
Typically dam safety engineering, hydrologic analysis of dams.
How long did you work in that unit?
Well, the unit morphed, but I worked for the agency for 15 years.
During those 15 years, did you work in dam safety the entire time?
Yes,
After you left, after those 15 years, where did you work after that?
I worked at several consulting companies.
What are the names of the consulting companies you worked for?
Initially, Freeze and Nichols, medium-sized consulting engineering company specializing in dams. And then a smaller consulting company, RJ Brad's company, who sold his company to TRC, worked with TRC, and then I eventually left, started my own company.
And while you were working for those consulting companies,
Thanks. The record should note. Oh, sorry. I'll do this. Oh, okay. You can do it now.
sure.
All right. It's 12:47. I'm interrupting just to ask, is there an extra transcript? Do you have an extra transcript?
Yes, we can get one. Do
you have one here?
We'll need to print it and we can get it.
Okay, all right, that's fine. I was gonna have one for my law clerk, but we'll proceed. At some point, we'll make the extra copies. I just thought if one was handy, that we would use that. Okay. Sorry for the interruption.
Did you work in the field of dams?
Explicitly.
And after you left those consulting companies and started your own consulting company, what sort of work have you been doing? Doing as a consultant since that time.
Dam safety engineering.
How long ago did you start your own consulting?
Officially about 2008, 2008. And to 2010 timeframe. Migrating from a sole proprietorship to an LLC.
Do you have any employees or is it just you?
I'm just a one-man shop.
How long ago, or what, do you remember what date you started working for Boise Hydro?
It was sometime in 2015. Prior to the CSIR inspection.
Was the CSIR inspection the first work that you did for Boise Hydro?
Yes,
And when I say work for Boise Hydro, I don't mean as an employee, you were a consultant, is that right?
independent consultant, yes.
When did your consultancy end with Boise Hydro?
Unofficially about 2018-19 timeframe when they were transitioning to selling their property to Four Lakes Task Force. But officially, I believe the last thing I did was in early 2020.
What was the last thing you did for them?
I don't remember. I believe it was just 1 minute. Excuse me. I'll have to. Yes, it was in March of 2020. I wrote a letter at the request of the Boise Hydro to Mr. Lawrence Kogan. You have that as one of your documents that you provided me.
Okay, and so your work started with Boise Hydro right before performing the CSIR report and ended with that March 2021.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Prior to your preparation of that CSIR report, have you prepared other CSIR reports in your career?
No, that was the first one.
Have you prepared other CSI reports since that time?
Yes.
How many? Do you have maybe an estimate if you don't remember the exact number?
Boise Hydro had 3 other dams, and I performed CSI reports for the other 3 dams. So 4, and then I believe we were scheduled to perform another before transfer of ownership.
Okay. Have you performed CSI reports for any other customers other than Boise Hydro?
No.
So I'm going to share my screen with you. We might need to do some experimentation to ensure that you can see everything correctly. Can you see the document that I just shared with you, Mr. Perkypile?
Yes.
I've already marked this at the top as Defendant's Exhibit 1. Your Honor, the references to exhibits in this deposition.
Yes. Hold on. I'm glad you decided to stay in the courtroom and see, guy.
Mr. Perkypile and Kevin, or Mr. Carlson raises this objection, of course. I neglected to identify the trial exhibit for these. So for each one, I'll just pause briefly and tell the court what the trial exhibit is. So this, I apologize for any of these. This one is one that we've looked at a lot. It's just the CSIR. It's plaintiff's exhibit 275.
How many exhibits do we have?
So,
You know what all of them are?
yes.
Is it okay if we cover all the Ocho right now? Okay, let's do that.
Okay. So this one is plaintiff's exhibit 275.
And what is it it's dep one?
Yes, it's Deb one.
Okay.
It's the 2015 CSI.
Yes, sir.
Honestly, cannot remember the next exhibit. Your Honor. I'll
That's
be
fine.
prepared next time it comes up, and next time I'll get them all ready for you. We can just read them.
Is there any objection to, and that's fine if we want to do it that way. We could also, just as we're going, if you could just keep a tally sheet of, here's the exhibit, dep two is whatever, dep three is whatever, and then we just summarize it at the end of the testimony. Would that be okay with the
That's fine
defense?
with us.
Would that be okay with the plaintiffs?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm just trying to think through. Because they all correspond to already admitted exhibits, right?
Yes, they're all already admitted,
Yeah,
it's just the reference is wrong.
That's fine. I think it'll give some law clerk in the Court of Appeals something to do when they're reviewing the record. So, but I think it'll be manageable. So let's do it at the end of the testimony or at such time as you want to have us do it. But it seems to me doing it at the end and in summary fashion might be the easiest, but if you decide as we're going along, hey, I really would like this one, just stop and Ms. Seacock will take care of us. Ms. Seacock.
I'll just wait till the end.
That's sort of my preference, but I'm fine either way.
Thank you.
Okay.
Name what trial exhibit number is this?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure of the top of my head. Mr. Perkypile, at the time you prepared this report, were you aware that the spillway capacity for the Edenville Dam did not satisfy FERC requirements?
In the process of developing a report, yes.
So prior to the report being final, you knew that the Edenville Dam's spillway capacity requirements did not meet FERC standards, is that correct?
Correct.
And tell me if I'm moving too quickly. What I'm going to do is just move through this report. We don't need to review every single page, but I'll just hit some highlights and ask you questions.
Nate, can you please make your text bigger? Thank you.
Yes, yes. So when I scroll through, I'll make it small so I can move quickly, but then when I refer to it, I'll try and blow it up. Are you able to see the document, Mr. Perkypile? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Could you please review the highlighted language? And just let me know when you've completed your review, Mr. Perkypile.
Okay.
To March 2020, when you worked with Joyce Snyder opinion. did you encounter information that led you to change your views expressed in this highlighted language?
Well, basically, I said assumptions and methods of analyses and evaluation were appropriate for this structure and are considered to have been properly applied and are appropriate given the current guidelines and state of dam safety practice.
And you wrote this in about March 2016. And my question is just whether during the time you were performing work for Boyce Hydro, did you change your view? That's expressed in the highlighted language.
No, I did not. There were several repair and design options undergoing at the time. And that's typically what you would do with a dam.
Okay. And before I get too far into the weeds here of this document, I think it's been assumed that this is the document that you prepared, but could you please confirm that Defendant's Exhibit 1 is the document you prepared?
It is.
I brought you down to some new highlighted language on page 9 of Defendant's Exhibit 1. Could you please take a look at this paragraph and just let me know when maybe you do with it? This first highlighted statement. Prior to the conclusion of your work at Boyce Hydro, did you encounter information that you need to mind about the statement? And then the second highlight is it should be noted. It says it should be noted that education of self-worth is economic concern are contingent upon the spillways. And my question is, prior to the construction of proposed spillways, did you believe it was required dam safety purposes to lower Wigton Way as low as it could go and have those new spillway to be constructed?
I want to look at that. That's beyond the scope of the definition of the fact testimony and it calls for opinion and expertise.
Actually, the objection.
Okay.
Oh, hold on. I want to be on the record. Did I just hear an objection from a lawyer who's not a counsel of record in this case? No, I know, but didn't we hear somebody else?
Yes, sir. That was Ms. Lang, who was Mr. Porcupine personal lawyer. Prior to this deposition, the state and Ms. Lang entered into a protective order governing the scope of the deposition. The plaintiffs in this case were not parties to that protective order. So she was asserting an objection based on the terms of the protective order that were reached between the witness and the defendants prior to the death.
How many times has this happened in the course of this deposition?
I don't recall.
Does that impact the court's ability to consider this testimony?
No, Your Honor. We don't think so either, Your Honor.
I have a recollection of talking about issues like this in at least one of our status conferences. Is my recollection imaginary or accurate?
No, your recollection is accurate. I think I recall the outcome. I think what the court agreed to do was, if I remember correctly, you were willing to be on standby.
Right.
At the time of deposition that day by phone in the event that any of these objections require your intervention. For the record, none of the objections
All right.
did require your intervention, so we're comfortable proceeding as is today.
You as well?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Well, let me just, so for purposes of the appellate record, to the extent that there are any deficiencies in the testimony offered by this witness, both parties are affirmatively waiving them and agree that they are not, cannot, as relates to Attorney Lang interposing objections, cannot and will not be able to be a basis to challenge the admissibility of the testimony, the credibility, anything else related to the testimony. Both parties are waiving any problems that could arise under the court rules, rules of evidence, the case law of Michigan as relates to this issue. Is that correct, Mr. Gamble?
Yes, that's correct.
For the plaintiffs?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. Continuing on.
You can go ahead and answer the question.
I thought we had an objection.
Can you say your question, please?
Okay, let me try and make this a little more straightforward. It is, see, as I argued before, we do recommend into the board that Boris Idaho lower Wisdom Lake as low as it can go until Wisdom Idaho can construct two spillways.
I think what I said was, should be no mitigation of the PF concerns or contingency upon construction of those new way. I would have to review this a little more. I don't think I made that recommendation.
Okay. Is it? Let's see here. Just moving through. We're now on page. Is it?
Okay, done.
Board voice higher on page 20, did you change your mind about the statements in that area?
What I heard that was about surveillance and monitoring plan. And that would not change.
Okay.
We continue to surveil all monitor patients at the dam and this protection.
Okay. Moving to these next sets of highlights, could you please review those for a moment?
Okay.
And did you visit the Eatville Dam after performing the transaction in August 2016?
This August. I believe we did, I'm not sure. I'll have to go back and look at that frame there. We performed the field inspection, and gave inspections inspection. That was effective November of 2010. So yes.
Okay.
Yeah. That says, I would like to make correction there for inspection of the Eden project for the project 2015, not 2016. That's a typo.
Oh, thanks for that correction. During your visits to the Eden Van, did you see anything about the amendments that made you change your conclusions about this item?
Objection is that they, and visits being the end of what time period?
Just about that. After you visited the Middletown fiscal 15 in November of 2015, did you visit the Middletown and any other line out that? Your Honor, we were not aware of quality this video right now so far. So it's almost impossible to hear. We're willing to transition to reading the transcript out loud, which is what we did during the language case issue. If the court would prefer, we're fine continuing to play it. We just apologize that it's so hard to understand.
Pop on the record. So. All right, ready? All right, we continue to be an open court. We're at, I think, I don't know, page 16, 17, something along those, somewhere in that general vicinity. I don't think we've quite hit 20. Mr. Gamble stood up and has advised the court that he was not aware, and the defendants were not aware that the technological replay quality of the trial deposition had was of as poor a quality as it is currently demonstrating, and that he wouldn't have any objection to transitioning to a reading of the questions and answers. I hadn't thought of that, but what's the plaintiff's position?
Yeah, we're fine with that, Your Honor. We'll read our questions.
Does anybody have a preference? I mean, I think it's largely understandable. I mean, it's, but you know, what do you want to do? It's your case.
We'll defer to your preference. We just sort of are so low. The court has a transcript of the video record.
Right.
You know what Mr. Perfect says, it's just kind of part of this. If the court's fine with it, we're fine with continuing, which is. Whatever your pleasure, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm fine. Let's just keep playing it. That was the original plan. Let's do that. And if it becomes a more challenging than it is right now, you know, reserve the right to change course a little bit, and we'll go ahead though. But thank you for that courtesy to both all three counsel and your colleagues. Okay, let's continue.
There were a lot of visits to the dam in particular.
For any of those other visits, did you see anything around the project and payments that made you change the conclusion that stated in this highlights?
Well, they appeared stable and they weren't what the maintained. There weren't odd signs of mutual.
Okay. Page 11 of the defendant's. Could you please just review the first highlighted section here, please?
Okay.
You're feeling what I was following this statement from May 2016. Did you encounter information that led you to change her statement here?
No.
Awesome. Do that for a moment, let me know when we finish. Okay. Question I got previously. Prior to the conclusion of work, voice hydro, did you encounter information that led you change station made on the development hearing?
No, that was a review document in, SEID. And supplement the STMD application.
I zoom down or scroll down to page.
Okay.
Does that accurately describe the people who attended that session?
Yes.
Were there other people there that aren't listed?
I don't recall, I don't think so. Perhaps, perhaps, Mr. Mulder's wife, who is also a company manager. Okay.
All right, could you please review the highlighted language here under PFM two? And let me know if you get refresh.
Okay.
Again, prior to the time you left doing work for Voice Hydro in 2020, did you encounter information that led you to change the conclusion you made in this highlighted paragraph?
No.
And I've highlighted some language on pages 25 and 26 related to PFU 4. So I'll cover there for a moment. On page 26 of Defendant's Exhibit 1, this highlighted language. Again, prior to the time you left, doing work for Voice Hydro, did you encounter information that led you to change your conclusion in this highlighted paragraph?
No.
Highlighted language on page 29 regarding PFM 10. I'll cover there in a moment.
Okay.
And I highlighted language that spans pages 29 to 30.
Okay.
Prior to your departure from doing work for Voice Hydro, did you encounter information that led you to change the conclusion in the sentence?
No.
I've highlighted language regarding the PFM 11.
Okay.
In the language that I highlighted on page 30, under section 3.2.10.3. Prior to. To leaving work for Voice Hydro, did you encounter information that led you to change your conclusion in this highlighted paragraph?
No.
And I've highlighted language in PFM 5.
Okay.
I neglected to highlight it previously. PFM 5 refers to a seismic event that causes dam failure due to liquefaction of the embankment soils. And under section 3.2.11.2. Your report states that a liquefaction analysis was performed for the deep field and maintenance based on data obtained for the project with soil borings and laboratory results. The analysis indicated that the soils of the embankment at the earthquake energy level are not subject to liquefaction. Prior to your departure from working for Voice Hydro, did you encounter information that led you to change that conclusion?
No.
And then in paragraph 3.2.11.3, you state, because the embankment soils are not subject to liquefaction, PFM 5 should be reclassified as category 4. Could you just explain what that means to reclassify PFM?
It changes the priority in terms of how you would address any mitigation. So it would that would lower the priority. Change it, reclassify to category 4.
Is that because it's less likely to happen?
Yes. Based upon my review of the liquefaction analysis due to earthquake.
I've highlighted language and just highlighting the header here to give you context in section 5.1 about field inspection observations on page 37. And also so, it says this dam has survived 92 years of history without events that can make wind waves a concern. See that?
Yes.
Oh, hold on.
What?
Looks like we're missing. Like their breaks and then it comes back a paragraph later or something. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think it's just the signal wasn't very strong for.
Right. I think we may need to pivot to reading it. Plaintiff's okay with that?
Yes, sure.
Yes, sure. Okay. Do you want to take a minute to get it set up, or what do you want to do?
Yes, it would just take a minute, we just have it on.
All right. How are we gonna? So during the exam, we're so far. So during the exam, so far, we have Mr. Gamble is showing him sections of the CSIR that are highlighted. How are we gonna? What do you suggest, Mr. Gamble? Because if we have a reading, we're not going to be simultaneously scrolling with the exhibits. And I'm not trying to be discourteous or flippant. I want us to be successful in getting the information to me in the fashion that it's permissible. And so that's a thought. I don't know what the answer is. Mm-hmm. Right. Plaintiffs, what do you think? Because you're going to be examining too, and I'm assuming you're going to have them looking at exhibits. Is that right?
Yeah, yes, the exhibits I used are the trial exhibit matters.
Mhm.
So yeah, that's. Alternatively, Your Honor, we could submit the deposition transcripts and give it to the court. That's probably right.
Well, we've already got that. We've got the transcript anyway.
If the transcript was written in the record, the stipulated hearing, no one has objected to the entire transcript submitted in the record. All of the exhibits, either the plaintiffs or the attorneys are all signed. Is that, I don't think it was testimony in the record, or do you need to do it out loud?
Right. What's the plaintiff's position on that?
We have no objection on it to me, my
Okay. For the reasons I talked about when we started this, it's my preference that we provide it to members of the public who are watching the trial, but we're having a problem here, logistically. I think, I think we should pivot to reading, and I'll deal with the exhibits as we're going. But I think it's important that people who've been waiting, and whether they're employees of the state or defending this action, or plaintiffs who have been affected by it, I think they're entitled to hear what this testimony is. And so I want to have it, let's read it. Let's take 5 minutes. You all get set up. We'll start at, let's start wherever it is that we stopped, and then we'll proceed that way. Is that okay? Plaintiffs? All right. Okay, we're in recess. I'll be in chambers. They're not chambers, but I'll be next door. Let me know when you're ready to go, and we'll go from there. And we're not going to have Ms. Seacock transcribing while we're reading. Good. All right. Let me know when you're ready.
No, it's not.
Yes. I can watch it, but I can't hear it, you know. So I'm gonna go sit.
I mean, it looks like it's.
It looks like. So I'm gonna go sit out. Yeah.
I'm just trying to get it.
Okay.
All right, we're back on the record briefly. It's 1:42 PM on January 27th. I say we're going to be reading the transcript, but our court reporter is not going to be making a stenographic record of it. Everybody agrees and understands with that, right? Yes, everyone's nodding. Any objections are waived. Okay, good. All right. Then, so we'll do the exam and the cross, and we'll proceed it. And I'm ready to go. This, but anything else we need to indicate before you get started, Mr. Gamble? All right. And counsel, nice to see you.
Nice to see you as well.
Attorney Allison Yocum is going to be witness Percival reading the parts of that witness. And obviously the lawyers and Ms. Allison Yocum understand we're going to read the record. We're not going to ad lib on it. Please. So anyway, I'm going to excuse Ms. Heacock. She's going to go into the roving room and work on transcripts, because I understand there are a couple lawyers that might want a full transcript of these proceedings. So we'll proceed in that way if that's satisfactory to the defense, since you're case in chief.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Carlson?
I'll send it on. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Heacock. The time is 11:30. Time is 1:34, or as we used to say in the Navy, 13, not 34, for heaven's sakes, 44, 1:44 PM. We're going off the transcribed record to read the transcript of the deposition. Please proceed.
Picking up on page 21, line 23 of the transcript. Okay, I've highlighted language and I'm just highlighting the header here. So to give you context, in section 5.1 about field inspection observations on page 37. And I'll scroll down to just one paragraph in particular. So just let me know when you've completed your review of this highlighted paragraph, please.
Okay.
Prior to leaving work for Boise Hydro, did you encounter information that led you to change the conclusions listed in this paragraph?
No.
Scroll down to page 47 and I've highlighted the sentence that says, "This dam has survived 92 years of history without events that can make wind waves a concern." Do you see that?
Yes.
What relevance does the history of the dam have in your analysis of this potential failure mode?
That was typically you would look at the history of storm events with a structure and to actually understand what has occurred there geographically and in that particular region.
And in your review of that history, you hadn't seen anything in those 92 years that made you think that wind waves would be a concern. Is that basically it?
Yes, that's not a comprehensive review of 92 years of meteorological history, but nothing had been reported at the dam by the dam owner.
Okay, so I've scrolled down to section 7.8, which is on page 66 of the exhibit. Could you review the highlighted language and just let me know when you've completed?
Yes.
Did you encounter any new information after this point prior to the time you left work for Boise Hydro that led you to change the conclusions you make in this paragraph?
No.
So I've highlighted a lot of language on 67, pretty much the whole page in 68. So I'll give you just a minute to kind of go through here. Is this big enough for you to be able to read?
I think so, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And then I'll scroll down just a bit more, sorry.
All right, okay.
These sections first refer to a structure stability and then an embankment stability analysis. Could you please explain the difference between those two analyses?
Structure is about the structures themselves, the gates, the powerhouse. And the embankment stability is its stability of the embankment, earthen embankment itself.
What was the material that you reviewed for the embankment stability analysis?
That was in the STID.
And after preparing this report, but prior to leaving work for Boise Hydro, did you encounter any information that led you to change the conclusions you've stated in any of this highlighted language on pages 67 and 68?
Generally, no. No issue with structural stability or structural stability and limited issues with embankment stability.
What was the limited issue with embankment stability?
One area north of the powerhouse exhibited some disturbed soils.
North of the powerhouse on the Edenville side?
Correct.
Anything else?
No.
Okay, let's see here. Okay. I'm now going to show you a second document. I've got this marked as Defendant's Exhibit 2, which is trial number P347. You previously referred to the STID.
Yes.
Is that this document you're seeing on your screen here?
Yes. Supporting technical information.
It's 218 pages. I will not make you look at all of it, but
Thank you.
I'll just scrolling down on Defendant's Exhibit 2. I've scrolled down to this page with handwriting on a checklist. Do you see this, Mr. Perkypile?
I do.
Is this your handwriting by any chance?
No,
Okay, do you know whose it is?
I do not.
Okay. Did you personally add any documents to the STID?
I did not personally add. I made a recommendation
Okay.
to add the current CSIR, et cetera.
I'm now going to show you an email, and you'll have to be patient with me because it starts at the bottom, but I've marked this as Defense Exhibit 3, which is Trial Exhibit D37. D37. And I recognize that you personally are not on this email chain. I know that, but you are mentioned in it. So what I'll do is I'll scroll down to the bottom where the emails begin, have you review some highlighted language up to the top, and then just ask you questions.
Okay.
So, Mr. Perkypile, do you know who David Kepler is?
Yes.
And you know who Lee Mueller is?
Yes.
Okay. So you see this is an email from David Kepler to Lee Mueller. And in this highlighted language, can you just review that briefly?
Okay.
And so do you know what a Part 307 proceeding is in Michigan?
It's related to natural resources, dam safety.
Okay, so I'll scoot up to a November 21st, 2018 email again from Dave Kepler to Lee Mueller. He identifies some information that Dave Kepler's group needs.
Okay.
And this is when you come in, Mr. Perkypile. So November 21st, that same day, Lee Mueller includes this statement in a message to Dave Kepler where he references you. Can you just review the highlighted language?
Yes.
Do you remember communicating with Mr. Mueller about this Part 307 effort he refers to?
Yes.
And then up to the top of Defendant's Exhibit 3, it refers again to a conversation you had with Mr. Mueller. Could you just review the highlighted language and let me know when you're done?
I'm finished.
Okay, so Mr. Perkypile, you testified that you remembered speaking to Mr. Mueller about this Part 307 process. Did you actually do work for Mr. Mueller based on his request related to the Part 307 process?
Yes.
What work did you do?
It's related. You sent me my technical memorandum, Exhibit 4. It's labeled Exhibit 4 Trumbull. And I did a hydraulic analysis of the Edenville project, determination of hydraulic adequacy of the existing dam and radial gate spillways.
Did you do any other work in response to Mr. Mueller's request related to the Part 307 court filing?
There was a second memorandum dated June 17th, 2019 regarding gate tests for the Edenville project. Test results for 6 radial gates with observations and recommendations.
Okay, in addition to those 2 memorandums that you just mentioned, did you perform any other work in support for related to the Part 307 project?
I think that was it, those 2 documents, to my knowledge.
Okay.
To my memory.
So I've put on the screen Defendant's Exhibit 4, which is Trial Exhibit D41. Do you recognize this memorandum, Mr. Perkypile?
I do.
This is the memorandum you prepared in the context of the Part 307 proceeding.
Correct.
Okay, could you please review the highlighted language here?
I have.
This is Defendant's Exhibit 4, or I think at trial it will be Defendant's Exhibit 41. You mentioned a high hazard structure classification. Does that high hazard classification relate to the condition of the dam?
In this instance, no. It relates strictly to the presence of downstream homes that could be adversely impacted if the dam were to fail for any reason.
So just because the dam is classified as high hazard, you're not saying that the dam will fail, just that if it did fail, it would be highly hazardous, right?
Correct.
I've highlighted some language on page 3 of Defendant's Exhibit 4, which is Trial Exhibit 41. Could you please review that?
Yes, I'm done.
And as far as you know, is that information correct that's highlighted here about the gate widths?
Yes, as far as I know.
And on page 4 of Defendant's Exhibit 4, Trial Exhibit 41, I've highlighted that you add the gate widths to this table that refers to spillway discharge rating curve. Do you see that?
Yes.
Why did you add the gate widths to the rating curve? Why does that matter?
Well, it gives a function of how wide the total discharge capacity would be. So when you look down into the different discharges, you would wonder why do you have more discharge coming from the Tobacco rather than the Tittabawassee?
So
It's a comparison.
I didn't mean to speak over you. I apologize. Okay, and would it discharge more water if the gates were wider and less water if the gates were more narrow?
Correct.
Ultimately, you concluded as of January 4th, 2019, that the Edenville Dam was hydraulically adequate. Is that right?
Under Act 451 of the MDQ's rules for dam safety.
Okay,
I believe that was prior to it becoming Eagle.
okay. Moving on to Exhibit 5, I've marked that as Exhibit 5, which is Trial Exhibit D50. You were on this email, so let me zoom in a bit so you can take a moment to review and just let me know when you're done.
I'm done.
Do you remember receiving this email by any chance?
Yes.
And did you express any concerns to Mr. Mueller or Mr. Heilig, who's the other person on this email, about the arrangements that are described in this highlighted sentence?
No, they typically have an operating procedure in their maintenance and operation plan.
Okay, moving to Exhibit 6, which is Trial Exhibit D51, Defendants 51. It's going to have a different number at trial. So I apologize for that confusion for everybody. I'll give you a moment with this email, Mr. Percupile. Just let me know when you've completed your review.
Okay.
I believe that this email will be Defendant's Exhibit 51 at trial.
Please restate. I couldn't hear you.
Oh, sorry. I was just clarifying for the record that I believe this exhibit on the screen will be Defense Exhibit 51 at trial. Now, do you remember having a conversation with Luke Trumbull, Mr. Percupile?
Yes.
Okay, did you advise Mr. Trumbull that you thought maintaining the normal summer level of Wixom Lake would be dangerous?
No, I did not.
Did you tell Mr. Trumbull that you thought the embankments of the Edenville Dam were unstable?
No.
I've brought up a new exhibit, Defendant's Exhibit 7. I believe you referred to this memo previously, June 17th, 2019, which is Trial Exhibit D57, Defense Exhibit 57. Is this a memo that you prepared, Mr. Percupile?
Yes.
Did you review this memo prior to this deposition?
Yes.
Okay, so I won't make you read the whole thing again, but I'll just scroll down for the purposes of the record. Now, do you remember visiting the dam and doing the gate tests described in this memo, Mr. Percupile?
Yes.
You note on page 1 that the dam was designed and constructed prior to the time of FERC regulation. Why do you think that was important information to include here?
Dam safety rules and regulations have changed over time. And in 1925, the hydrologic criteria would not have been as stringent as it is now.
Does this highlighted language on page 4, Mr. Percupile, accurately reflect your memory of what happened during that inspection?
Yes, it does.
On page 5, there's a table here, table 1. Can you explain what this drawdown data reflects? What is that referring to?
As water approaches the crest of the Ogie Weir, an Ogie Weir is a curved weir. As it approaches it, it's drawn down by the fact that the velocity increases. So if you have a constant flow and your velocity increases, then the area in it becomes smaller. And that's what they call a drawdown. That area can only go down, and so that drawdown occurs. Sometimes it doesn't occur across the entire width of the spillway. It occurs definitely along each pier wall, and it does draw down as you approach that crest.
Okay, and during that gate inspection, were the gates lifted fully out of the water, or were the bottom of the gates still coming into contact with the water?
Fully out of the water.
And with the gates lifted fully out of the water, there was still water flowing over the spillway, right?
Correct.
During that inspection, was there any time with the gates fully lifted out of the water that water stopped flowing over the spillway?
No.
And this highlighted sentence said, starting with the drawdown.
Yes.
Could you please explain what you mean by that sentence?
FERC had required that the gates be open to approximately 14 feet or their maximum theoretical capacity, but practically they could only be opened as exhibited by Table 1. And the intention was, what I tried to convey was that they may not be needed to be lifted to the height that FERC required to pass a significant amount of flow.
I see. And you actually concluded it wouldn't necessarily be safe to lift them as high as possible. Is that correct?
Correct.
But in your view at the time, lifting them as high as they could safely be lifted, that addressed what you thought were FERC's concerns. Is that accurate?
I don't think it addressed all of FERC's concerns, but it addressed their concerns regarding opening the gates to the maximum height that they wanted them to be opened.
Okay, I showed you a new memo. We've marked it as Exhibit 8, Defendant's Exhibit 8, which is Trial Exhibit D58, Defendant 58. And it's a memo dated September 18th, 2019. Do you recognize this memo, Mr. Perkypile?
I do.
Did you play a role in preparing or reviewing this memo as it was being written?
No, I did not, but I did notice that Spicer copied much of my previous memo.
Okay, so you recognize it because you recognize much of your own work. Is that fair?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so since you didn't prepare the memo, I don't have any questions about it, but there is, let me find it. On page 6 of this memo, they mentioned some observations made during the inspection, and you attended the inspection, right?
Correct.
Could you please review? I'll actually highlight this whole area, this language, and just let me know when you're done.
These are not my opinions.
Okay.
Okay.
I understand these are not your opinions, and I'm not suggesting otherwise. My question is just, while you were at this inspection, did you observe the same side contractions that are reported here in this memo?
Yes.
Okay, so I brought up Defendant's Exhibit 9, which is Trial Exhibit Defendant 78, D78. I believe you referred to this previously. This is March 2020. Do you recognize this memo, Mr. Perkypile?
I do.
This is something you prepared?
Yes.
Okay, this will be Defendant's Exhibit 78 at trial. Could you please highlight, or excuse me, could you please review the highlighted yellow here and just let me know when you're done?
Yes.
So this March 2020 memo was prepared after the gate inspections you performed in 2019, right?
Correct.
So it's fair to say that you didn't observe anything during those gate inspections that made you change your opinion about whether the Edenville project passed at that time 50% of the PMF. Is that right?
Correct.
Mr. Perkypile, I don't have additional questions for you right now, but I might have some after Mr. Carlson takes his turn. Do you need a break?
I'm okay.
And then we went off the record and Mr. Carlson, page 39.
Mr. Perkypile, you know that the Edenville Dam failed on May 19th, 2020, correct?
Correct. I believe that's the date.
And you understand that when the Edenville Dam failed, at least 2,500 homes were damaged and destroyed? Are you aware of how many homes were damaged and destroyed in the flood, Mr. Perkypile?
No,
You are familiar with the location, size, and layout of the Edenville Dam, correct?
correct.
And you understand that when the dam failed on May 19th, 2020, it was the left embankment of the dam that failed, correct?
Correct.
You understand it was the left embankment that failed, sir?
Yes,
And as I believe you testified on direct exam with Mr. Gamble, you know that the Edenville Dam was rated as a high hazard structure, correct?
correct.
And according to your technical memo from January of 2019, the reason it was rated as a high hazard structure was due to the many homes that were located below the dam, correct?
Correct.
The Edenville Dam was more than 40 feet high. Is that correct?
Correct.
And under Michigan law, as stated in your report, a high hazard dam that is more than 40 feet high is required to have enough spillway capacity to safely pass 1/2 of the probable maximum flood, correct?
Correct.
And probable maximum flood is also referred to as PMF.
That is correct.
And your conclusion in January of 2019 was that the Edenville Dam was hydraulically adequate under Michigan's rules for dam safety because it could pass 50% of the PMF, correct?
Correct.
And you agree that the corollary of that is that if the Edenville Dam could not pass half PMF, then the Edenville Dam would not be hydraulically adequate under Michigan's rules for dam safety?
That's true. That would be true.
And you understand that Michigan law requires that all regulated dams like Edenville are maintained in a safe, structurally sound, and hydraulically adequate condition?
Per their rules.
Per their rules, that's correct, isn't it?
Correct.
And you know that after you submitted your January 2019 technical memo and before the Edenville Dam failed, the Dam Safety Unit of the Michigan Eagle Department had determined for itself that the dam did not have the spillway capacity to safely pass 1/2 PMF under the state standard, correct?
Oh, there's objections there, so. Oh, sorry. I was not privy to any report by Eagle. I apologize.
Are you aware that as you sit here today, sir, that after your 2019 report, but before the dam failed, Eagle's Dam Safety Unit had determined for itself that the spillway capacity was insufficient to safely pass 1/2 PMF? You can answer, Mr. Perkypile.
I haven't seen the report.
At the end of your direct examination by Mr. Gamble, you were reading from a letter you wrote to Lawrence Kogan, March 26th, 2020. Is that correct?
Correct.
You got that exhibit in front of you there. Which deposition exhibit was that, sir? That exhibit was sent to you before your deposition along with some other documents by Mr. Gamble?
Correct.
What other documents did he send you?
Do you want me to list them all?
Yes, please.
A supporting technical information document, a 2015 CSIR, Mueller helping with 307, Perkypile Tech Memo, Mueller to Heilig and Ewell, Trumbull to Mueller and Perkypile, Perkypile Memo on Gates, Spicer Spillway Capacity Memo, Perkypile Letter to Boyce Hydro, and Mueller blames plaintiffs, acknowledges did not raise spillway capacity as a concern.
Did you have a chance to speak with Mr. Gamble or his colleague, Mr. Cool, before your testimony today?
I did not.
You did reach a stipulated protective order with Mr. Gamble and Mr. Cool regarding the limitation on the scope of your deposition testimony. Is that correct?
Rana Lang did, yes.
And she agreed on your behalf, that is, Ms. Lang agreed on your behalf, that the testimony from Mr. Gamble's questioning would be limited to matters of fact only and not any attempt to elicit expert opinions from you, correct?
Correct.
What was the purpose of reaching that stipulation as you understand it? Why was that necessary, if you know?
I'm just a fact witness, you know. I have not been hired as an expert witness.
On March 26, 2020, according to that letter you wrote to Mr. Kogan, you shared an opinion with Mr. Kogan about the current spillway capacity of the Edenville Dam at that time, as of that date. Is that correct, sir?
Correct.
And did you send that letter, or to your knowledge, was that letter sent or shared to anyone at the State of Michigan Department of Environment, Great Lakes and Energy?
It's unknown to me. This was provided to Mr. Cogan.
It's only addressed to Mr. Cogan. It's not addressed to anyone at Eagle Dam Safety, correct?
Correct.
And to your knowledge, neither Mr. Cogan nor yourself nor anyone else gave it to Luke Trumbull, Brian Rudolph, or anyone at Eagle?
I have no knowledge.
Do you have any knowledge of whether that letter was sent at the time to anyone from the Michigan Attorney General's office?
No, I don't.
Were you aware on the date did you write that letter approximately on the date that it's dated, March 26, 2020?
Yes, that's correct.
And I take it from your prior testimony that you were not aware at the time of that letter that Eagle Dam Safety Unit had completed its own calculations to determine that the Edenville Dam could not pass safely 1/2 PMF, correct?
Correct. I had no knowledge of that report.
Mr. Perkypile, can you see the document I have on the screen? It's marked up top, plaintiff's exhibit number 145.
Yes.
And for the record, this is an email dated at the top, February 7th, 2020, from Ron Hansen to Luke Trumbull, Ted Champagne, Warren Miller, Mario Fusco, Dan Devon, Nick Cherwinski. Do you see where I'm referring to here?
Yes.
And would you agree with me, just as a general matter, that February 7th, 2020 is about 5 weeks, 6 weeks before your March 2020 letter to Mr. Cogan, correct?
It appears to be, yes.
Okay, and if we scroll down, we see Mr. Trumbull's email to those same people dated February 4th, 2020. In the highlighted section here, he says, quote, "Even with the hand hoists, the spillway capacity is deficient to pass 1/2 PMF," end quote. You see where I'm referring to?
Yes.
Do you recall if anyone from Eagle Dam Safety had contacted you verbally, by a text message, email, in writing, over any medium whatsoever before your March 26, 2020 letter to Mr. Cogan to tell you?
I don't have any
Sorry, what did you say?
I don't have any recollection of that.
Okay. No one had called you or let you know that Eagle had determined that, quote, "Even with the hand hoists, the spillway capacity is deficient to pass 1/2 PMF," end quote?
I think in the exhibit, that Spicer Spillway Capacity Memo, that exhibit expressed some concern about doing some additional testing and spillway weir coefficient determination. But no, I was not privy to this.
Okay. Calling your attention to page 4 of 7 in plaintiff's exhibit number 145, an email from Luke Trumbull dated January 31, 2020 to Ted Champagne, Warren Miller, Ron Hansen, Mario Fusco, Dan Devon, where he says here, quote, "Assuming this stands, the dam would be about 4,000 to 5,000 CFS short of passing 1/2 PMF with no freeboard at the low point in the earthen embankments," end quote. Had Mr. Trumbull notified you at any time of his conclusion that the dam would be about 4,000 to 5,000 cubic feet per second short of passing 1/2 PMF with no freeboard?
I would like to say regarding any of this email here, this email trail, if you'll notice, I'm not listed on it. Spicer is. At that point in time, Spicer had taken over the engineering duties for the dam for Four Lakes Task Force.
In conjunction with Eagle Dam Safety, correct?
There's no conjunction, dam safety, state dam safety, you have to comply with the rules. So it's more in coordination with.
Well, you volunteered some testimony that Spicer had taken over. Were you aware that Spicer was working hand in hand and collaboratively with Eagle Dam Safety to determine the operational capacity of this dam?
No. This is the first time I've seen this email.
Okay. This email doesn't say Spicer had taken over. You offered that separately based on your own knowledge, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And based on your own knowledge that Spicer had taken over, is it also part of your own knowledge, sir, your own personal knowledge, that Eagle Dam Safety was going back and forth with Spicer, working to determine the operational capacity and suitability of this dam?
I have no knowledge of that.
You don't have any knowledge of that one way or the other, correct?
Other than my first emails with Mr. Trumbull, that is the limit of my knowledge with MDQ Eagle.
Okay, but this email here is from Luke Trumbull to Spicer. And Luke Trumbull is saying, quote, Assuming this stands, the dam would be about 4,000 to 5,000 CFS short of passing 1/2 PMF with no freeboard at the low point in the earthen embankments, end quote. What does that suggest about the interactive relationship between Eagle Dam Safety and Spicer to you, sir?
I have no opinion. I have no basis for an opinion.
The technical memo that you prepared in January of 2019 was prepared at the request of Boyce Hydro, correct?
Correct. Are you talking about the Kogan memo?
No, sir. The Perky Pile technical memo dated January 4, 2019.
Yes, that was, yes. State your question again?
You prepared that report at the request of Boyce Hydro, correct?
Correct. That is correct.
And Boyce Hydro paid you for providing that memo, correct?
Correct.
You provided that report to Eagle Dam Safety and they reviewed it, correct?
This report was just sent to Mr. Mueller.
I'll show you exhibit number 80 on the screen. Plaintiff's exhibit number 80 is an email from Michelle G. Mueller to Luke Trumbull at michigan.gov, Jim Pawlowski, michigan.gov, Lee Mueller, and David Kepler, dated January 7, 2019. It says, quote, Luke and Jim, attached, please find Richard D. Perky Pile, P.E.'s technical memorandum regarding the determination of hydraulic adequacy of the existing Edenville Dam and radial gate spillways, end quote. Were you aware that Michelle Mueller, on behalf of Boyce Hydro, had shared your January 2019 technical memorandum with Luke Trumbull and Jim Pawlowski at Michigan Eagle? Were you aware of that, sir? Did Michelle or Lee?
I was not aware of this.
No one told you they were sharing your analysis with the state of Michigan?
I submitted to Lee Mueller to Boyce Hydro. Typically, they would forward any submittal like that that I gave them to either FERC or whoever.
Okay, I'm going to represent to you that Mr. Trumbull from Michigan Eagle Dam Safety signed a report, or a memo in this case, dated January 30th, 2019, in which he stated that they came back to you and raised many concerns about your report. Do you recall that happening?
I came back to me via what? Email, via phone call?
Yeah, maybe email, maybe phone, maybe both.
I have to have something in front of me to be able to review it. Mr. Trumbull and I did discuss several things with at least 2 phone calls, but I don't remember that in particular.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked for trial as Plaintiff's Exhibit 246. This is Luke Trumbull's report dated January 30th, 2025. And it says here, and I know the highlighting is a little sloppy, it says, quote, in fact, Boyce Hydro's engineer provided an analysis of the dam's ability to pass 1/2 PMF on January 4, 2019, indicating that the dam could pass this flow with approximately 0.7 feet of freeboard. Upon review of these analyses, Eagle raised many concerns, which resulted in gate operation testing in summer of 2019 and recalculation of spillway capacity based on gate limitations and consideration of orifice flows and contraction losses, end quote. You see where I'm referring to?
Yes, I do.
Okay, does that refresh your recollection? Mr. Perky Pile, does that refresh your memory that after reviewing your analyses, Eagle raised many concerns with you about it?
Yes, it does.
And it says, quote, this analysis was finalized in February of 2020 and estimated the dam's capacity closer to 20,000 CFS, or 80% of the required 1/2 PMF requirement. Is that correct?
I didn't perform that analysis.
And it's your testimony, sir, that no one from Eagle Dam Safety, whether it was Luke Trumbull, Jim Pawlowski, Brian Rudolph, or anyone else, came to you to report that Eagle Dam Safety had analyzed the spillway capacity and determined it to be closer to 20,000 CFS, or 80% of the required 1/2 PMF, correct?
That's correct. I was not privy to that information.
Sir, I'm showing you Exhibit 93, Plaintiff's Exhibit 93, which is an email from Luke Trumbull to you, Lee Mueller, and Mario Fusco, dated April 17th, 2019. Mr. Gamble also showed you this email, and you said you recognized it. Do you still recognize this email, sir?
I do.
And in this email, Mr. Trumbull is memorializing a conversation with you that he had had the previous day, which would have been April 16th of 2019, correct?
I'm sorry, state that again?
Sure. Mr. Trumbull is memorializing an email or a phone conversation that he had with you the previous day regarding some outstanding questions related to spillway capacity and freeboard of the Edenville Dam, correct? Correct. And it's specifically related to compliance with the state of Michigan's Dam Safety Statute, Part 315, correct?
That's what it states.
And I noted that when Mr. Gamble had the email up, he highlighted the first part of this paragraph, beginning, quote, "I indicated," end quote. You see where I'm pointing to right there?
Yes.
Okay. And according to Mr. Trumbull, he indicated to you over the phone, quote, that MDEQ will not be able to make a determination of spillway capacity adequacy until we have received this information and our hydraulic studies folks have had the chance to verify 1/2 PMF flows based on information from past studies recently provided to MDEQ. However, the plan and timeframes outlined above are acceptable, and the dam safety program would not object to normal operation of the dam until spillway capacity can be confirmed utilizing best available information and most recent analyses, end quote. Is that an accurate description of what Mr. Trumbull indicated to you over the phone during that conversation?
I think he expounded upon our conversation in that paragraph, expanded upon it, not expounded.
What parts of this description of the conversation were not actually part of your conversation with him, as far as you can recall?
Let's see. I mean, he did mention that they were performing their own hydrologic study. But there was never any discussion further than that.
And would you agree that Eagle Dam Safety and the state of Michigan had every right to perform their own hydrologic and hydraulic analysis of the dam to determine whether it met 1/2 PMF standard, correct?
Yes, they're the dam safety regulators.
And you're not here today to say that they were required to accept your conclusion that the dam could safely pass 1/2 PMF or 50% PMF with 0.7 of feet of freeboard, correct?
Now restate your question.
Yeah. You're not here today to say that they were required for any reason to agree with your conclusion that the dam could safely pass 50% PMF with 0.7 feet of freeboard?
No, they are the state regulator.
They could do their own analysis, correct?
Correct.
And they could come to their own conclusion that the dam did or did not meet the 1/2 PMF minimum safety standard, correct?
Correct. Correct.
Now, in the direct exam questioning by Mr. Gamble, he did not highlight or call your attention to this last couple of sentences here, beginning "in the meantime." It says, quote, "In the meantime, monitoring during high flows, especially during flow event approaching 1/2 PMF, is imperative. When weather forecasts predict large rainfall events and flood flows are expected, it would be prudent to increase monitoring at the dam and operate gates accordingly to pass flows safely," end quote. Do you see where I'm referring to?
Yes.
You received this email, correct?
Yes.
Did you agree with Mr. Trumbull's assessment that in the meantime, monitoring during high flows would be imperative?
Yes. That's part of their operation and maintenance plan with Voice Hydro.
Because it's part of dam safety, correct?
It's part of Voice Hydro's. It's part of dam safety. Yes.
And then it also says, quote, "This email does not constitute MDEQ authorization to begin refilling the impoundment to normal summer levels, as this action may require a permit under Part 301 Inland Lakes and Streams." Do you see that part?
Yes.
And you don't have any reason to disagree with that?
That was not my purview.
As Mr. As Mr. Trumbull indicated, these concerns about spillway capacity and the gates at Edenville led to gate operation testing that took place in summer 2019. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And the gate operation testing in summer 2019 also led to recalculation of the dam spillway capacity. Is that correct?
I did not perform that.
And you weren't involved in any of the analysis following the gate operation tests to recalculate and confirm the actual spillway capacity, were you?
Correct.
You said you were first engaged by Voice Hydro in 2015 timeframe. Is that correct?
Yes.
And up until September of 2018, the Edenville Dam was under the jurisdiction of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC. Is that right?
That's correct.
And it was well documented during the time that FERC had jurisdiction over the Edenville Dam that the dam could not pass full or 100% PMF. Is that correct?
Correct.
I'm going to show you, sir, a document marked as exhibit number 170 for trial. And this is a letter from the Office of the Chairman of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission to United States Representative Bobby Rush, who is the chairman of the House Committee on Energy and Commerce Subcommittee on Energy, dated June 8, 2020. Calling your attention to the highlighted section of paragraph 2, it says, quote, "As described in the publicly available docket for this project, the commission issued a letter in 1999 to the prior licensee of the project, Wolverine Power Corporation, Wolverine, describing the need to increase spillway capacity as it could only pass about 50% of the probable maximum flood," end quote. At any time during your engagement with Boyce Hydro, Mr. Porcupine, were you made aware of information from the publicly available docket of the Edenville Dam project that as far back as 1999, there was an identified need to increase spillway capacity because it could only pass about 50% PMF?
I think there had been some ongoing concern with some of the STID information. There had been ongoing concern about the hydraulic capacity of the dam.
Meaning those STIDs expressed hydraulic concern that it could not pass any more than about 50% of PMF, correct?
Well, this is the first that I've seen that it could pass about 50% probable maximum flood. I'm not privy to that letter, 1999 commission letter. But yes, there'd been, obviously lots of correspondence. That's why I was hired to come inspect the dam with FERC inspections, one, and then also to assist Boyce Hydro in developing a spillway to allow it to pass 100% PMF.
You were their consulting dam safety engineer for about a 5-year period, correct?
Correct.
From 2015 to early 2020?
That is correct.
And in that time, you did not review the publicly available docket showing that as far back as 1999, there was an identified need to increase spillway capacity as it could only pass about 50% PMF?
To my knowledge, no. There's an inordinate amount of paper documentation for all these dams, all 4 of the dams. So I don't remember reading that,
Okay.
or even if it was available.
Drawing your attention to paragraph 5, which is the query from the House of Representatives, quoting FERC's 2017 compliance order, stating that, quote, "The commission's primary concern is Boyce Hydro longstanding failure to address the project's inadequate spillway capacity, which must be remediated to protect life, limb, and property," end quote. Do you see that portion?
I do.
That 2017 compliance order was issued during the period of time in which you were Boyce Hydro's consulting dam safety engineer, correct?
Correct.
And so you're aware that being FERC's primary concern, the longstanding failure to address spillway capacity?
Yes.
FERC issued what was called a cease generation order against Boyce Hydro in 2017. Was that correct?
I'm not aware of the date.
Does this refresh your recollection here, sir? The letter from FERC to the U.S. House of Representatives stating, quote, "As a result, the commission issued a cease generation order in 2017, end quote."
I was not privy to all communications to Boyce Hydro from FERC.
So the question is, does seeing this letter here from the FERC to the U.S. House of Representatives, does that refresh your recollection?
I have not seen it.
Okay, you can't testify as to when the cease generation order was first issued, whether it was 2017 or some other year?
Well, I can testify that the license was revoked in 2018 sometime to, I'm not sure what, August or so,
Okay, this letter from FERC to the
maybe September.
U.S. House says that, quote, "However, after repeated deadlines missed by the licensee, as well as repeated extension requests, staff concluded that Boyce Hydro was not progressing in any meaningful way in addressing its compliance issues," end quote. Were you familiar with that being the basis for either the cease generation order or the revocation?
Yes.
And in fact, Boyce never completed the spillway capacity upgrades that would have been needed to increase the spillway capacity of the Edenville Dam, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, according to FERC's letter to the U.S. House, Boyce never even produced final designs for spillway alternatives or formal estimates for the cost of the work, correct?
Correct.
During your testimony with questioning from Mr. Gamble, you testified about this 2015 CSIR report, which actually came out in March of 2016. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I'm going to share with you here on the screen the same report, but it's marked plaintiff's exhibit number 216. Do you see that on the screen in front of you, sir?
I do.
Okay. And you knew that Michelle Mueller from Boyce Hydro provided this report to Luke Trumbull from Michigan Dam Safety in the fall of 2018, correct?
I suspect she did.
On page 6 of the exhibit, under major findings and understandings, it says, quote, "Photographs taken during original construction appear to indicate that the construction technique for portions of the embankment was to dump fill material from trestles. The core team was surprised by this because it was originally thought that the embankment material was spread and compacted. The dump fill technique used provides little means of compaction. 2 samples taken from the embankments for stability analyses indicate medium loose material," end quote. You authored this report, correct?
Correct.
And the core team that was surprised by this finding as to embankment material, they worked under your supervision?
No, this is in reference to the STID. This is a review of the STID materials regarding original construction. So the core team that we're referring to is the core team that originally were describing the construction of the dam.
So this represents your statement regarding the findings of the core team reflected in the STID.
Right. Basically, the STID is this enormous document. The document I was provided is only 218 pages, but there are many, many more documents in the addendum. And so you glean, what you do is, with these reports, is you glean as much as you can from those. The huge number of documents sort of can make concise, discrete observations, and that's what this is.
So as of 2016, you're reporting that the dump fill technique used in the Edenville Dam provided little means of compaction, correct?
As per the original discussion.
Okay, and you never made any findings or testings after 2016 to conclude any different, right?
No, I did not. There were no geotechnical discussions or explorations. No borings were taken. No studies were made.
Okay, so the information in this report is that for purposes of embankment and stability analysis, the embankment was composed of medium loose material, and that finding never changed.
That was a finding from, as stated in the STID, from the geotechnical analysis that had been performed. You have to understand that the STID is a living document that is supposed to include all the engineering analysis. And so the core team referenced was a geotechnical team. And so that is their observation.
Page 7 of the report indicates here, quote, "Several piezometers, numbers 48B, 47C, and 46B, show cyclical swings of up to 7 feet. In comparison, readings for piezometers number 48A and 50A, which are roughly in the same cross-section of the embankment, but higher up on the downstream slope, remain nearly constant," end quote. Your visual inspection of Edenville showed you that these piezometers were installed on the Tobacco River embankments, but not on the Tittabawassee River embankment, correct?
I believe so. I would have to look back and see exactly where they were installed.
Do you have any explanations for why the piezometers were only installed on the right embankment, Tobacco River, and not the left embankment, Tittabawassee River?
No, I'm just stating what was here, what was measured.
The general type of embankment on the Tittabawassee side is the same as the general type of embankment on the Tobacco, correct?
Approximately. Did you want your answer to the cyclical swings?
I don't think I asked a question about cyclical swings.
Okay.
Okay, drawing your attention, sir, to the highlighted portion here under section 1.2.3 of the CSI report.
Yes, sir.
And you were asked about this during your direct exam from Mr. Gamble. It says, quote, "It should be noted that mitigation of several of the PFM concerns are contingent upon the construction of the proposed new spillways," end quote. Do you see where I'm referring to?
Yes.
Okay. And what that means is that in order for the category of risk under those different potential failure modes to be true, the new spillways actually had to be built, right?
Well, as the sentence stipulates, mitigation of the PFM concerns are contingent upon those new spillways.
And those proposed new spillways were never constructed, correct?
Correct.
It goes without saying, I think, that this 2015 CSR, which was issued March 21 of 2016, does not reflect the condition of the Edenville Dam in 2020, correct?
I don't know what the condition of Edenville Dam is in 2020. Obviously, it's failed, but I don't know the condition, current condition.
And you understand that it failed due to static liquefaction?
I was told that that was the cause. I have not read the report or been privy to any of that analysis.
And if it did in fact fail due to static liquefaction, then your prognosis in this 2015 CSIR that the dam wasn't susceptible to static liquefaction was incorrect. It was proven incorrect by the failure, wasn't it?
I have no opinion of that.
Mr. Perkypile?
To be precise, let me be more precise. My stipulation that that liquefaction was not a cause for failure was based upon an earthquake occurring.
So if you had been asked to render a conclusion or a prediction as to whether static liquefaction was a potential failure mode, you would have had a different conclusion?
There would have had to have been an analysis, an analysis.
You testified earlier that you know who Luke Trumbull was, and you've actually spoken with Luke Trumbull, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Trumbull was the lead dam safety engineer for Eagle during this time period of 2019 and 2020, when you were talking to him about gates and spillway capacity, things like that related to the dam?
I knew he was a dam safety engineer with the state.
Okay. You testified during direct examination from Mr. Gamble that this dam survived for 92 years and that that was historically significant in analyzing and looking at issues related to stability, right?
I believe that was regarding wave run-up on the.
No, I believe it was on your testimony regarding your field inspection observations of the left embankment and its conditions in 2015, 2016.
Yeah, let's look at it. I'm sorry. Just 1 minute, please. What page are you referring to?
It's not from a document. It's from your testimony about an hour and a half ago.
Okay, well, I'm going to refer to the document that that testimony was related to. So, okay.
Sure.
Restate your question again, please, sir.
Do you recall talking about the history of this dam and the fact that it survived 92 years?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Trumbull gave some on-the-record comments to a local TV station in Detroit called WDIV. And in those statements, Mr. Trumbull said, quote, "Neglect any infrastructure long enough and it will fail," end quote. Do you agree with that statement?
In dam safety, aging of infrastructure all across America is an issue.
And if he also said, Mr. Trumbull said, quote, "Dams that have lasted a lifetime can fail in an instant. Preventative actions must be our top priority when people's lives and homes are at risk," end quote. You would agree with that also, right?
I would agree as a professional dam safety engineer.
Thank you, Mr. Perkypile. Thank you for your time this morning. No more questions from me.
Hold on. Hold up just a second. Proceed.
On page 75. You testified during your examination with Mr. Carlson that you had had more than one conversation with Luke Trumbull. Is that right?
I believe so.
In any of the conversations that you had with Luke Trumbull, did you advise Mr. Trumbull that you believed that the normal summer level of Wixom Lake was dangerous?
We did not discuss that.
In any of your conversations with Mr. Trumbull, did you advise him that you believed that the embankments of the Edenville Dam were unstable?
No, we didn't discuss that.
In any of your conversations with Mr. Trumbull, did you advise him that you thought that the embankments of the Edenville Dam were subject to liquefaction either because of a seismic trigger or any other trigger?
No, we did not discuss that.
I don't have any additional questions for the defendants.
Okay. Hold on. All right, then we have no questions from Mr. Thompson. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, before I bring Seacock back out, we'll memorialize what I'm saying now, but we're gonna take I want to take a 10-minute recess. I'd like you all to queue up whatever we got and let's see how it works. So do a dry run. Oh, here she is.
My name.
All right. Thank you. All right, time is 2:38. We just finished the reading of the deposition of Mr. Perkypile since we were last on the record. We did not read interposed objections by either counsel of record or attorney Lang. And at the end of it, at page 76, line 4 was the last that we read. Mr. Carlson didn't seem to have any read cross, and Mr. Thompson waived, satisfied that the questions that had been asked were adequate to address that which the plaintiffs he represented sought to have addressed. That a fair statement is the record as you understand, Mr. Gamble?
Yes.
Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Mr. Carlson?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And Ms. Allison Yocum, thank you for stepping up to read the transcript. It's appreciated by the court, and I'm sure the parties. So what's going to happen now is we're going to take another recess. And in this time, I'd like the lawyers to figure out if the next recorded deposition is going to be able to be reproduced, played here in open court in a more satisfactory way than the last one. And then once they make that assessment, they're going to come knock on the door and tell me, well, I'm in the roving room adjacent to the Court of Appeals courtroom here in Grand Rapids, and you'll let us know. So that's sort of where I'm at on this. Anything else we need to address before before we go to that next step?
Just that with the Perkypile resolution you just read.
Mhm.
When I asked them questions about highlighted sections, obviously the section that they see that speaking in my class.
Right.
So our plan is to get the court and with you kind of for the. In fact, so the court is not going to be things. If you say what is highlighted, I'll call it to the text.
Okay.
So it's anything.
That work for the plaintiffs?
Yes.
Elizabeth, as you're helping me through this process, that can work for you? Okay. All right. Sounds good. Thank you. Okay. Anything else? All right. Recess until the lawyers let me know that they're ready to go. Thank you. Please go about your business. Yes. so interesting. We've had several witnesses remotely, and when I come, it's like, oh, okay, they're gonna, yeah, I've told the staff, it's this is so different than when I left in January 2015, when I left the trial bench the last time. All right, we're back on the record. Thank you for letting me know you're ready. It's 6 minutes after 3 in the afternoon on January 27th, 2026. We did have a sidebar, literally a sidebar, with, I think, all council. I'd like to just memorialize what we talked about, in the event that Ms. Heacock needs to leave before we're done with the dep. So, today is Tuesday, January 27th, 2026. The court discussed with all counsel the closing arguments and findings of fact and conclusions of law. The court had asked previously whether the parties wish to submit oral summations or written, and they all agreed, it's my understanding, they all agreed they would prefer a written submission. Of course, satisfied with that. Longest bench trial I had at Kent Circuit, that's the way the lawyers did it. And it's certainly not very common, so I'm satisfied with that. Plaintiff's counsel asked to be given 100 pages to submit findings of fact, conclusions of law, and closing arguments. I advised that that was just, I thought that was too much. And so the court is going to issue an order either tomorrow or it's either going to be tomorrow or Thursday, memorializing the following. The parties will be able to submit proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law to the court on the dates that I'll indicate here momentarily. 50 pages in length, including captions and signature pages, with the exception of, I know the plaintiff's signature page has a whole bunch of pages. So we're counting the first page, the cover page, and the closing page, because it'll be the same for both parties. So you have 50, so you got 48 pages to work with, basically. Briefs, 25 pages, which would brief meaning legal brief and closing argument, 25 pages. Same for the defendants in their initial filing. If the plaintiffs choose to file a rebuttal, it'll be limited to 15 pages. The plaintiff's initial submission will be due to the court by close of business Tuesday, February 10th, 2026. The defendant's initial submission to the court will be due by close of business Thursday, February 19th. The rebuttal submissions, if any, if the plaintiffs choose to submit any, will be due to the court Thursday, February 26th at by close of business, which let's just call it 4:00 p.m. Okay, it just sometimes so any date I've indicated, it's 4:00 p.m. As relates to references to transcript pages, the court is granting leave to the parties to submit anything that they have that is a citation to a trial transcript of in the initial pleading to be a, air quotes, rough draft, rough quote cite. So I know that the plaintiffs have received daily transcripts, so they'll be able to cite to the daily transcript that they received. And then once final transcripts are received, they'll have, I don't know, is 2 weeks going to be enough once everything's done for you all to, sort of plug in the right citations, Mr. Carlson?
Yes.
Okay. And the defendants will be given the same consideration as far as case citations. That way we're not waiting. And I'm not being critical of the court reporter or court reporters who've helped us, but whatever the transcript may end up being, it may not be a full and final transcript until down the road a ways, but we'll have enough for the court to be able to move forward. Once submitted, then the court will fully take the matters under consideration. We will, at the end of the day today, close proofs is my expectation. So there won't be any more taking of evidence. Then the court will begin reviewing the $26 binders of documents that have been provided to the court for my review and consideration, which will, take the better part of February. So while the lawyers are writing, I'll be reading, and then I'll be reading some more. So, but that's the process that we talked about. I know the plaintiffs wanted more time and they wanted more pages, but other than that, which I respectfully decline, anything else on the scheduling of what will happen after the close of proofs for the plaintiffs, either Mr. Carlson or Mr. Dubin. All right, thank you. And for the defense. All right, excellent. Thank you. Okay, we now have another witness, and I'll look forward to the presentation of those proofs. Thank you. Please do. Thank you. I heard it and it sounded smooth as silk. Now we know, of course, because I said that in open court, the courtroom gremlins will now join us and it will sound like a Peanuts thing and will sound like Charlie Brown's teacher in a minute. But for those who are my age or older, know that reference. Hopefully not. Hopefully Ms. Greiner will be crystal clear like it was when I overheard it from chambers. Ready to go?
Time is 10:59 a.m. on December 22nd, 2025. This begins the video conference deposition of Susan Greiner, taken in the matter of David Krieger et al. Versus Michigan Department of Environment, Great Lakes and Energy et al. Filed in the state of Michigan Court of Claims, case numbers which are 20-000094- and others. My name is Chris Lee and I'm your remote video today. Court reporter is Kit Spindler and we are representing Esquire Deposition Solutions. For all counsel present, please identify themselves, state who you represent, after which the witness will be sworn in.
Good morning, this is Assistant Attorney General Richard Cole on behalf of the state defendants, also representing Ms. Greiner for the purpose of today's deposition.
Good morning, David Gamble, also here on behalf of the defendants.
Good morning, Dave, too, and here on behalf of the class plaintiffs.
Karen Almanroad on behalf of the mass plaintiffs.
Jason Thompson on behalf of the class plaintiffs.
Kevin Carlson on behalf of the mass plaintiffs.
Got everybody? I believe so.
Very good. Will the witness please raise your right hand to be sworn in? My name is Kit Spindler. I'm the court reporter, signing this proceeding. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Very good. Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Greiner, I'd like to start out with some of the basic information. Can you state your name for the record?
Susan Greiner, that's SUSANGREINER.
And can you tell us who your current employer is?
The Michigan Department of Environment, Great Lakes and Energy.
And what is your title? If I refer to them as Eagle, is that okay?
Yes, that's fine.
All right, can you tell us what your current title is?
I am an environmental engineer specialist and I'm a flood hydrology specialist.
Do you work within a specific unit or program within Eagle?
Yes, it's the hydrologic studies program within the hydrologic studies and floodplain management unit.
Okay, I'm gonna step back now and go over your education for a second. Did you attend college?
Yes, I did.
Where did you go to college?
At the time, it was Calvin College, now Calvin University.
And did you receive a degree from Calvin?
I did. I received a degree in engineering.
While at Calvin, did you have any specialized training in running hydrologic modeling?
Yes, we learned how to model and have HMS.
After Calvin, did you have any other schooling?
After Calvin, I attended the Thomas M. Cooley Law School, now the Western Michigan Thomas M. Cooley Law School.
And did you graduate from Cooley?
Yes, I did.
Did you ever practice as an intern?
No, I did not.
Are you a licensed engineer in the state of Michigan?
Yes, I am.
How long have you had that license?
Since 2009.
All right, when did you first start working with Eagle?
January of 2003.
And what was your initial title?
I believe it was just environmental engineer.
And can you describe for us what you did as an environmental engineer?
Sure. My primary responsibility is processing flood discharge requests. And as I've gained more experience, I'm now in charge of that process beginning to end. So that includes performing the calculations as well as tracking all the requests to make sure they're processed timely and correctly, and also training new engineers in the process.
All right, you mentioned you process flood discharge requests. Can you describe for us what that is?
So for several types of permitting and certain types of inspections, the rules require that people request the flood discharges from the state. And so what happens is they submit a request and that comes to me. And then that involves logging the request into our system, assigning it or working on it myself. And that part is the part where we do the calculations. Either I do them or the person assigned does them. And then we'll send out a response by email stating the results of our analysis. And then we log it out and keep the record.
Thank you. You said you're currently a specialist in that program. Can you tell us what specialist is?
The specialist is the go-to person, so sort of the most experienced person in the procedure. I became a specialist, I believe, in 2018-ish, maybe 2019, I can't remember exactly. But that was based on years of experience and the fact that I'm the go-to person for flood discharge requests. So when people have questions about the procedure, about the calculations, about how to actually perform the procedure, then they come and ask me.
And just so it's clear, have you been performing hydrologic analysis or studies since you joined Eagle?
Yes.
From whom do you typically get requests for these types of studies?
There's a pretty wide range. It's frequently Eagle staff, engineering consultants, county road commissions, county drain commissioners, every once in a while from a member of the public, and the requests are typically for floodplain elevation determinations, dam safety inspection reports, and road crossings, but they can be anything that's related to a flood situation.
I think you perform a lot of these analyses.
Correct.
How many do you typically do in a month?
In a month, probably, I'm trying to do the math in my head. We typically do around 900 to 1,000 per year. So probably
80-ish in a month.
Okay, and you've been doing this ever since you joined Eagle?
Correct.
So you've done hundreds, if not thousands of these analyses?
I've done thousands.
Does any of your work, apply to dams?
Yes,
Have you, performed any work related to the Edenville Dam?
yes.
I'm going to pull up an exhibit. It's a defendant's exhibit 29. I'll share in just a second. Can you see it, Ms. Griner?
Yes.
Do you recognize this document?
It appears to be an email from me to my supervisor.
And Mario Fusco, your supervisor?
Yes.
Do you recall why you sent this email to Mr. Fusco?
Not specifically. I could guess that it was probably because he requested the information, but I don't recall specifically why.
Is that something you normally do during your job, to provide information to Mr. Fusco?
Yes, he requests information from me occasionally, and when he does, I just provide what he requests.
All right. I'm gonna thumb through this document and ask you if this appears to be a true and correct document of what you sent to Mr. Fusco.
Yes, it appears to be correct.
This last page, I'm sorry, it looks like this is a series of documents, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you tell us what this last page is?
The last page is a PDF printout of the original request that was associated with the file number identified at the very top of the document. So
Okay,
this includes the request information that was entered into the website.
and who is this requested by?
According to this, it's Donald Zackett, PhD.
And what company was he associated with?
It says the Wixom Lake Association.
Can any member of the public make a request for this analysis?
Yes, it's a public forum.
Can you tell us what the date was for this request?
It appears this was received on July 9th of 2016.
Can you tell us what analysis Dr. Zackett was seeking?
Based on what he states here, he was looking for the half probable maximum flood, the full probable maximum flood, and also the 1%, 0.5%, and 0.2% flood discharges.
All right, and was that for Wixom Lake and Edenville Dam?
It appears so.
Had you previously conducted a probable maximum flood analysis for the Edenville Dam?
No, I haven't done one for the Edenville Dam.
Just generally, can you tell us what probable maximum flood is?
Probable maximum flood is the highest possible flow event that could occur based on the meteorology, the hydrology, and the landforms in an area. It's basically like an astronomically high value that, depending on what you're designing for, you may want to make sure that there's no possible flood that could damage or destroy a structure. You would ask for the probable maximum flood.
And what about a 1/2 probable maximum flood? How is that different from a probable maximum flood?
So that's actually determined based on the precipitation. So you make the determination of what the probable maximum precipitation is, and then you divide that in half.
and run it through the same modeling that you run for the probable maximum flood. And the result is the half probable maximum flood. So the half probable maximum flood is not necessarily half of the probable maximum flood. It's really half of the probable maximum precipitation.
Thank you. Can you give us a general overview as to how you would calculate either the probable maximum flood or the half probable maximum flood?
Sure. Generally, we would first determine the probable maximum precipitation. And if we need to determine a half probable maximum flood, we would take that value and divide it in half. Some of the data that you scrolled through earlier is the version of the PMP, probable maximum precipitation. I'll shorten to PMP. The PMP determination based on an older program called HMR 52. That program was run in DOS, so all the printout you see is the DOS results for that. But once you have the probable maximum precipitation, then generally you take that information and enter it into HEC-HMS. And for a watershed this size, we use an initial and constant derived based on the area and usually looked up from a table. And the drainage area is also an input for that. And then you would create a compute run in HMS and actually run the model, and then that would produce the flow result.
Let me ask you, where do you get the data or the information for the PM?
The HMR 52 has the information in a report. So we looked at the HMR 52 report, and you have to look at the charts in there. It's a little complicated because it's all still on paper, because it's pretty old and we don't do a ton of these. You overlay the different ellipses over the watershed to try and get the shape in the right position, and then you use that information to determine what input parameters to enter into the software, and then the software reports back the rainfall that you then would put into HMS. For the initial and constant, those were just looked up in a table. I can't remember off the top of my head which one, I apologize.
And who publishes the table?
I believe that would have come from NRCS in their engineering handbook.
Can you tell us what NRCS is?
Oh, I'm sorry, the Natural Resource Conservation Service, formerly known as SCS or the Soil Conservation Service. So those two are interchangeable.
You mentioned that you need to establish the PMP for a water basin, correct?
Correct.
And how do you determine a water basin?
So the watershed is determined based on a delineation that is generally based on topography. For larger watersheds, we use the USGS maps. Our unit developed some basin delineations sort of over like the whole state when we began using GIS systems back in the late 90s. And then over the years, we cut those up. Each time we get a request, we delineate the request location. So I work from those sort of existing delineations, and anytime I have to delineate a new place, I go in and I draw that delineation based on what's there. So the delineations for this project, I took partially from previous work and partially from some new delineations that were done at, I believe the Edenville Dam was already delineated, so I just verified that delineation. There were a couple other locations that were not already delineated that I did a delineation for the locations.
Now, in performing this analysis, did you have more than one watershed?
I believe this particular request involved Edenville Dam, but if I recall correctly, there was also a subsequent request for No, I'm not sure, honestly. It's been a while. This one says Edenville Dam, so I guess I just delineated or double checked the delineation for Edenville Dam for this particular request.
I'm gonna go back up, to the top here.
So yes, this was just for Edenville Dam. If there were other locations, it would say so on this page.
Okay, is there a separate watershed for, well, excuse me, we'll start that again. The inflow, was from the Tobacco River and the Chippewa River, correct?
Correct.
Are there separate watersheds for the Tobacco and the Chippewa, or are they the same?
For this request, they were combined into a single watershed at the dam.
Okay. Now, did you use a model to perform this analysis?
Yes, I believe this was a HEC HMS model.
Okay. Now, and look, as you said, this was a series of documents. These pages starting, see at the top, it says 4 of 18.
Yes.
These pages that it says, that I'm scrolling through now, what is this?
That is the output from HMR 52. That is that software that determines the PMP.
And pages 2 and 3 of this document. This is a summary of the, I guess, the model output.
So this first page here that we're looking at, this is the final record for the document for the request. So request number 2016-0371. This is the final record, meaning this is essentially a printout of the information that's contained in the database in a report format. And then the second page would have been some input data or background data that was used to construct the model. If you could scroll to the next page, let me just verify that's correct. So yes, this would have been the information used to actually construct the model.
In preparing this, there's a reference to a Peter Chapman. Do you see that under remarks?
Yes.
Who's Peter Chapman?
He was with FDRC at the time. I don't know if he still is. And he was the person with whom I corresponded to get their information about the probable maximum flood, since they had already made that determination.
All right, here it says that Peter indicated that the current PMF estimate is 60,000 to 65,000 CFS. Do you see that?
Yes.
What is CFS?
Cubic feet per second. It is a volume flow rate.
And so it would be 60 to 65,000 cubic feet per second going over the dam.
I believe that was considered to be the inflow, meaning it's not necessarily letting out the same amount of water that's coming in.
So that would be the inflow into Wixom Lake.
Yes.
Do you know who prepared that 60 to 65,000 CFS analysis?
No.
And you have no idea when it was performed?
No, I don't know.
Does this document contain your conclusion as to what the PMF and the 1/2 PMF is?
Yes, it identifies the half PMF as about 25,000 CFS, and the PMF that we used for this analysis was in the range they provided. We chose to use 63,000 because that was about average.
All right, and so those numbers were derived based upon your input into the model that you used?
The 63,000 CFS was based on the information provided by Peter Chapman. So he provided the 60,000 to 65,000. And we decided that using the average was the most reasonable thing to do for this particular case. So based on a rounding convention for flows over 10,000, we round to the nearest 1,000. Based on our rounding convention, we selected 63,000 to use for this model. And then we calibrated the model to produce 63,000 CFS for the PMF, and then use that input data to run the model with the half PMP. And that's what produced the 25,000 for the half PMF.
Did you provide this analysis to Dr. Zackett?
I did.
When did you do that?
It appears this was completed on August 4th of 2016, so that would have been the date of the email response.
All right, and this is not a calculation of the spillway capacity of the Eagle Dam, correct?
Correct.
Only calculated the PMF and half PMF, right?
Correct.
Do you recall any other member of the public asking you to perform a 1/2 PMF analysis for Eagle Dam?
I don't recall.
You recall anybody from Eagle telling you not to tell the public about your PMF or 1/2 PMF calculations for the Eagle Dam?
Objection from the question, lack of foundation.
Go ahead, Susie.
Can you say it again? I'm sorry.
Sure. Do you recall anybody from Eagle telling you not to tell the public about your PMF or 1/2 PMF calculations for the Eagle Dam?
Same objection.
All right, Ms. Bryan, I'm gonna stop sharing and change topics here for a second. I'm gonna pull up another exhibit. You see that document, Ms. Bryan?
Yes.
And for the record, I think this is plaintiff's exhibit 246. Did you assist Mr. Trumbull in preparing his January 30, 2025 report?
If by assist, you mean actually drafting the document?
No, did you provide any assistance to him at all? I don't mean typing.
Oh, okay. I did provide some assistance in review of the Williams report.
I'm gonna scroll down to page 9 of this document. You see where it's highlighted, it refers to Eagle WRD hydrologic studies and flood management unit. You see that? And is that the unit that you worked for?
Yes.
It says here that that unit double checked the delineations used in the Williams report. You see that?
Yes.
And was that work that you provided to Mr. Trumbull?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you did to check Mr. Williams' sub-basin delineations?
We compared them against the delineations we had already done for those areas. So I don't believe we had any GIS data, so we had to use the images from the report and georeference them to make a comparison. And then we ran our own calculation based on our delineations and compared them to the drainage areas provided in the Williams report for each of those subbasins.
All right, and to be clear, sub-basin delineation is something you do on an almost daily basis?
Daily.
And you've done that for your entire career at Eagle?
Correct.
Did you identify any significant discrepancies between your calculations and the Williams calculations?
Yes, there were two subbasins that were outside of what we consider a sort of reasonable deviation. We generally consider anything within about 10% difference to be a reasonable deviation from whatever we're looking at. So there were two that were outside of 10%.
All right, and those two subbasins are identified here on page 9 as subbasin V4 and V6?
Correct.
And at both of those subbasins, you believed that he had underpredicted the size of the drainage area by 12%?
Objection to the form of question. Richard, you've been leading through this and I haven't been objecting because I'm not going to keep interrupting, but you really shouldn't be leaving her and objecting now.
Fair enough, Sharon, I appreciate that. Did you calculate, a difference between, your projection of the sub-basin and Mr. Williams?
Yes,
And for B4, what was the difference, that you found?
according to this document, it was about 12.1% difference.
And for B6, what was the difference?
According to this document, it was about 12.8% difference.
Did you attempt to identify why there was a discrepancy between your calculations and Mr. Williams' calculations?
We did, but unfortunately, the image that we provided was pretty grainy once it was overlaid, so we really couldn't see very well where all the differences were.
Did you provide any other assistance to Mr. Trumbull in preparing this report?
Yes,
Did you do any work relating to runoff curve numbers?
yes.
What are runoff curve numbers?
A runoff curve number is a parameter that's used in a rainfall runoff type of analysis. And it attempts to quantify how much rain over a watershed will run off versus how much will infiltrate. A higher runoff curve number is generally found where there will be more runoff than infiltration, and a smaller runoff curve number means there will be more infiltration than runoff.
Are runoff curve numbers unique or specific to each watershed?
Yes, so the runoff curve number is actually based on the soil type, the hydrologic soil groups, and the land use types. Generally, the way we come up with them is we use GIS data to overlay the soil data with land use data and get individual polygons that have a unique soil and land use for that polygon. And then we look up the curve number based on the NRCS tables, and then weight those values based on the area so that we get a composite runoff curve number for the watershed. So each watershed will have a distinct combination of soil and land use, meaning it will have a distinct curve number.
Now, you mentioned the word polygon. What do you mean, you identify polygons?
Sorry, so a polygon is in a GIS system, there are different types of data, and one of the data types is a polygon, so, you know, like a square, let's say. And so each area, each soil type area is defined by literally an area that's defined by a polygon drawn around it. And each land use area is the same thing. And in GIS, what you can do is intersect those two layers so that they get cut up at every single one of those differences. So that what you end up with is each time there's a particular soil or land use combination, it's a single polygon has a single soil and land use combination, meaning you can assign the curve number for that soil land use combination to that polygon. And then you take the area of that polygon and then you add up all the areas of all the polygons and all the curve numbers of all the polygons, and then divide to get the weighted curve number for the entire watershed.
Okay, well, looking at the watershed for Wixom Lake, how many polygons, do you recall how many polygons you identified?
No, it would probably have been well into the thousands, if not more.
All right, and each of those polygons would have a specific RCN?
Correct.
And that RCN was identified by looking at what?
So NRCS publishes a table of runoff curve numbers based on the land use and the soil type. So we just used a lookup table that has that data set within it. So that means that, you know, if there's four hydrologic soil groups, A, B, C, and D, and then there's multiple land uses. So let's say you have, you know, farmland with an A soil type. So every polygon where there's farmland with an A soil type would have whatever value is associated with that.
as the curve number value, and then the area of that would be weighted with the curve number to get that composite for the whole watershed, which has, you know, all four soil types and dozens of land use types.
Okay, and this is something you've done before, is that correct?
Yes, this is something we do quite frequently.
Can you tell us what you did to determine the validity of the calculations used in the Williams report?
We determined the runoff curve numbers based on the data sets we had and our delineations to compare to the runoff curve numbers that were reported in the Williams report.
All right, and does this chart that we have on this exhibit identify what you calculated for the RCN for what these 9 subbasins?
Yes,
And does it also include Mr. Williams' calculations for those same subbasins?
yes.
And looking at subbasin B1, what was the Williams RCN?
Williams RCN was reported as 69.91.
And what did you calculate the RCN to be for that subbasin?
Eagle calculated 82.16.
And what was the percent difference between the Williams and the Eagle calculation?
The percent difference was 17.5%.
So is that, tell me what that 17.5% reflects.
How much higher the Eagle value was compared to the Williams value.
By using a lower value, does that mean there's greater runoff?
No, that would mean there would be less runoff. A lower curve number results in less runoff, a higher curve number results in more runoff.
All right, so this, is it correct that this would be, or indicate that Mr. Williams was underestimating the amount of runoff for the subbasin one?
Correct.
With respect to B2, did you find a difference between the Williams and the Eagle calculations?
Yes.
And what was your finding?
Eagle's calculation came out to be about 17.1% higher than the Williams report.
And for subbasin 3, what was the difference?
Eagle's number was about 17.4% higher than the Williams report.
And B5, what was the difference?
Eagle's calculation was about 12.6% higher than the Williams report.
And what about 7?
Eagle's calculation was about 13.4% higher than the Williams report.
And B8?
Eagle's calculation was about 21.8% higher than the Williams report.
And B9, what's the difference?
Eagle's calculation was about 35% higher than the Williams report.
Did you attempt to identify why there was a discrepancy between your calculations and Mr. Williams' calculations?
We were not able to because we were not provided with any kind of soil land use intersected layer that we could compare to.
Stop sharing this document. I'll show you one more document. Defense Exhibit 133. Asking Ms. Kreiner if you recognize this document.
Yes, I do.
What is this?
This is the document that my colleague Nina Cook and I worked on to basically to do those calculations that led to the table that's in the document we just looked at.
All right, and this has Ms. Cook's name on. Do you see that?
Yes.
But did you assist her in preparing this document?
Yes, I did.
And was this document provided to Mr. Trumbull?
Yes, it was.
All right, I think that's all the questions I have for Ms. Griner at this time. I'll turn it over to Mr. Dooley. Thank you, Ms. Griner.
Thank you.
You mind if we take a 10-minute break here? Just so I can consult with my co-counsel here.
Sure.
Okay, all right. We'll be back in 11:46.
The time is 11:36 a.m. We are off the record. The time is 11:46 a.m. We are on the record.
Good morning, Ms. Griner. My name's Dave Hughes, and we introduced each other before, and I also took your deposition. Mr. Cool has gone through a little bit of your background, but I just want to find out a little bit more information. First, you don't have a PhD in engineering, do you?
No, I do not.
And you never received a master's degree in engineering?
No, I do not.
And the full extent was of your education in engineering was what you obtained from Calvin College, correct?
Correct.
You never worked for the Army Corps of Engineers previously to your time at Eagle?
No.
In fact, your only other professional experience so far was your time at Fishback Engineering, where you did construction inspection, correct?
That's correct.
And then the first time that you had any involvement professionally with hydrology and hydrologic determinations is when you started at Eagle, correct?
No, I had hydrology in college.
Right, you had, but professionally, the first time you worked with hydrology issues was at Eagle.
That's correct.
All right, and your experience with, let me back up here. As part of your hydrologic experience, you regularly work with HAC HMS, correct?
Yes.
And HAC HMS, if I get this right, is a hydrologic modeling program developed by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, correct?
Correct.
And it's widely used in engineering in the hydrology community, correct?
Yes.
And it's something the state of Michigan and you yourself use on a regular basis, right?
Yes.
You've gotten to the point of being able to know it enough that you testified already today that you train others, and one of those people that you trained was Luke Trumbull, right?
I provided some of his training, not all of it.
And Mr. Trumbull comes to you for assistance because we've already gone through already with hydrologic issues related to the Edenville Dam, right?
Yes.
You mentioned in 2016 was the first time that you had any experience working on the hydrology related to the Edenville Dam, and that was in response to Don Zackett's email, which I believe is Defendant's Exhibit 29. Do you need me to put that back up for you?
I think I know which one it is. That was the first time I performed a PMF analysis for that dam.
And one of the things that gets in, that you've already talked about a little bit is the watershed size. And the watershed size impacts stormwater runoff within HEC HMS, right?
Correct.
Let me show you, it's the same as the Defendant's Exhibit 9, which happens to be Plaintiff's Exhibit 28 miraculously. Should I share the screen? Let me scroll through it. It starts off on page 1. It's your email to Mario Fusco. It is September 13, 2018. I believe you've already testified. You recognize this document?
Yes.
All right. And then on the next subsequent pages is your calculations, just like in Defendant's Exhibit 29, your HMR 52, followed by the original email from Don Zackett to yourself.
Yes.
And this is a true and accurate copy of the document, similar to Defendant's Exhibit 29, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you testified that you had work to delineate, based off of past Eagle work, the watershed used for this analysis. And according to this document, it indicates under total DA, drainage area, I believe you testified previously, it was 940.5 square miles, correct?
Correct.
And then you reduced it a little bit more and said the contributing drainage area of watershed was 895.72 square miles, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you eventually use this data to calculate a 1/2 PMF of 25,000 that you eventually forwarded in 2018 to Mario Fusco, right?
Yeah.
And Mario Fusco, just remind me, who is Mario Fusco?
He is my supervisor.
Is he a supervisor now, or was he in the dam safety unit supervisor in 2018?
So the unit split a couple years ago, I can't remember exactly when, but I believe in 2018, it was the hydrologic studies and dam safety unit still, so he was the supervisor of that unit, meaning he would have been the supervisor of both my program, hydrologic studies, and also dam safety.
So he had a kind of dual role of dam safety and hydrologic studies. Is that fair? It's okay. Did you provide any other additional comments to him regarding spillway or anything like that?
No, I did not.
And do you understand the significance of calibrating a HEC HMS model, right?
Yes.
All right, if uncalibrated model produces work that you can't rely on, or may or may not be scientifically accurate, correct?
It may be less accurate, that's correct.
And in what you did in 2016, you calibrated based off of what FERC did, right?
Correct. Yes, that's correct.
You didn't look at stream gauge or lake level observations to calibrate your model.
No, not for a PMF or half PMF analysis.
But it's fair to say that most of your experience, almost all your experience with dealing with HMS has been in the regulatory arena. You focus only on regulatory issues when you run your HMS model, correct?
That's correct.
You have never developed a HMS model to replicate a prior historic rain event within a watershed, correct?
That's correct.
And that's something Dr. Williams did here. He modeled a historic rain event within HMS, correct?
As I understand it, yes.
Have you? And when you're doing your 1/2 PMF calculations, it's fair to say you have never calibrated the model using observed water surface elevations or United States Geological Survey stream gauge, right?
No, we generally can't do that for flood of significance that have to be announced.
But you're aware that that is one way that is accepted to calibrate a model, a HMS model, that is.
For standard frequencies, yes.
But for the 1/2 PMF calculation, that's not something you have ever done because it's not a requirement.
Generally for floods like the half PMF and the PMF, unless there's actually been an event that's significant, using gauge data to try to calibrate it doesn't really get you anywhere because the gauge data is so much less significant. Like whatever the highest gauge record data would be much lower. So trying to calibrate on that wouldn't really get you a better half PMF or PMF flow.
I just want to back up just briefly. You've never served as an expert witness before, right?
That's correct.
This event in this work that you did in 2016, this wasn't the last time that you were asked to calculate or analyze the 1/2 PMF. In fact, Luke Trumbull came to you in January 2020 to reanalyze, to look at the 1/2 PMF value for the Edenville Dam, correct?
I don't specifically recall that. I recall seeing some communications related to that at the last deposition.
I have shared plaintiff's exhibit 139. Ms. Griner, this appears to be your January 14, 2020 email to Luke Trumbull. Do you see that?
Can you make it bigger? It's very tiny on the screen.
Right, I can certainly do that for you. Is that better?
Yes, yes, that appears to be an email from me to Luke on January 14th of 2020.
And what exactly does this email state? Did you read it first?
Sure, it says, "Hi Luke, I finally had some time over the last few weeks to look at the HMS model for the Edenville Dam FPMF. I ran some additional simulations and I'd like to discuss the results with you. Let me know when you have time to talk about this. Thanks, Susie," and my signature block.
And this is an email that you actually sent to Trumbull, correct?
Correct.
All right. I believe at your deposition, you did remember what those additional simulations were. Is that still the case?
Yes, that's still the case.
But you did have a discussion regarding the 1/2 PMF of the Edenville Dam with Luke Trumbull, correct?
It appears so.
Yes. And the additional simulations, well, strike that. You've had an opportunity to review Dr. David Williams' hydrologic model in this case.
Yes,
And you formed some opinions regarding Dr. Williams's model, correct?
parts of it.
Well, you had the opportunity, you testified previously that you only had 2 criticisms of this hydrologic model. Do you remember that?
I believe so.
And those criticisms were the following: 1, his runoff curve number assumptions, and 2, his watershed delineation difference. Isn't that right?
That sounds correct.
And other than those 2 points, you did not identify any additional criticisms of Dr. Williams' HEC-HMS model.
That's correct.
As to the watershed criticism, I believe you may have talked about this, but you didn't have a GIS delineation of the subbasins and the overall watershed, right? You had a PDF image.
Are you referring to Dr. Williams' delineation?
Yes, Dr. Williams' delineation.
Yes, we only had a PDF. We did not have any GIS data.
And you overlaid that PDF in a GIS program, right?
We attempted to. It didn't overlay as well as we hoped, but we georeferenced it as best we could.
And you didn't have any longitude and latitude to make sure that it was directly fit within the geographic parameters related to the GIS program.
No, we didn't have any particularly good landmarks on the version that was in the PDF, so we did our best based on the landmarks that were available.
So you were eyeballing the landmarks and trying to fit this PDF image on top of a GIS map, right?
That's correct.
And as the process is you're reshaping it and trying to match certain key geographic points, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So based upon this analysis, this work that you did you and Nina Hukak Cuckoo. I got it right the first time. The deposition, I'm loaded this time, I apologize to Ms. Cuckoo. You created a spreadsheet comparing what you claim to be Dr. Williams' model's drainage area with the one that you have now created, correct?
The spreadsheet numbers were based on what he reported in his actual report and then what we calculated in our GIS. So the overview was just an attempt to try to see where the differences were, but not to make any calculations based on his work. We assumed that his calculations were correct to his work.
So you, but with let's do this. Share my screen. This is plaintiff's exhibit 244, which is a poor representation of defendant's exhibit 133. I believe you walked through this during your deposition, correct?
Yes.
And you found, based upon yours and Miss Cuckoo's calculations, that Dr. Williams's drainage area was 973.4652 square miles, right?
That was what he reported.
All right, and you found, based upon your own calculations, a drainage area, total drainage area of 974.4 square miles, with a contributing drainage area of 929.83 square miles, correct?
That appears to be correct.
So the difference between these two watersheds overall is about 1 square mile, right?
That's correct.
The value of 974 that you 0.47 that you calculated is much different than what you calculated in 2016, correct?
I don't remember the 2016 value exactly off the top of my head, but it was different.
Right, well, let me pull it up for you. Let's go back to plaintiff's exhibit 28. You found
So
the
it
total,
went from 940.5 to 974.47 about.
so 940.5 was what you originally found in 2016. And then by 2024, you found an additional 30 square miles to add to this drainage area, correct?
Correct.
I believe you testified that there was a change in a LiDAR data at some point in time.
Yes.
But you also testified you couldn't remember when that change occurred, right?
No, because the LiDAR data was added county by county over a period of several years. And I don't remember exactly when the counties involved in this watershed were added.
And you don't remember if, I believe you testified, whether this additional 30 square miles that were found were included in the 2020 analysis that you did for the trouble, correct?
I don't know.
You don't know. But just in time for your critique of Dr. Williams, you found additional 30 square miles and found that his delineation was approximately 1 square mile difference, right?
That is correct.
And you didn't rerun a hydrologic or HEC HMS model using this difference to determine if there was any impact on the runoff amounts entering into Wixom Lake, correct?
I guess I don't understand your question. Do you mean, did I rerun the 2016 model, or do you mean, did I check to make sure the Williams model would run?
Well, you checked this, you've already testified in your deposition, you checked to see that it ran and you were able to make it run.
Mm-hmm.
Did you make any changes in the watershed using your 974.47 to determine what type of impact it would have on the runoff values?
No.
Alright. So it's fair to say you've not quantified how the difference of approximately 1 square mile would affect inflows or lake levels, correct?
That's correct.
And the only way to have done that was to have inputted this new 974.47 square miles into Dr. Williams' model in order to quantify, if any, difference that this would have made, correct?
Correct.
Alright. You've also, the second criticism that you made, you believe that Dr. Williams' curve numbers are too low. The curve numbers that you use, they were from a publication, I forgot you testified already, it was the NCRS.
NRCS, Natural Resources Conservation Service.
NRC, yeah, sorry, and Dr. Williams applied runoff curve numbers from the NRCS, correct?
As I understand it, yes.
So the fact that he relied on NRCS values is not itself a criticism. In fact, that's something that you did as well, correct?
Yes.
It's fair to say that you did not rerun Dr. Williams' HAC-HMS model with these updated curve numbers that you and Ms. Cuckoo developed.
Correct, we did not.
And you did not generate any alternative inflow hydrographs using your curve numbers, correct?
Correct.
So you didn't test those curve numbers also against any USGS gauge data or observed lake levels.
That's correct.
So essentially, you're proposing higher curve numbers that may or may not result in a calibrated model.
We are. I guess, can you rephrase your question a little bit? Maybe I'm not understanding what you're trying to ask.
Well, you never calibrated these proposed curve numbers, runoff curve numbers, against any USGS gauge data, correct?
Generally, curve numbers are not calibrated against gauges. Gauges are a flow and stage value. Curve numbers are an input value that quantifies potential runoff. So you would, in calibrating a model, generally a curve number is not something you change.
And that's something you learned from Calvin College?
That's something I learned from my professional experience.
But you typically don't work with calibrating your HAC-HMS models, as you've already testified, to string gauges.
No, very, very rarely.
Right, and also observe lake levels. Correct?
I generally don't deal with lake levels at all.
So it's fair to say that you didn't test whether the runoff that is derived from your curve numbers could be calibrated against USGS gauge data.
Again, my understanding of it is that you don't calibrate with curve numbers.
You calibrate with US string gauge data.
Generally, you would look at the stream gauge data and you would adjust for timing and peak flow values, and there are other inputs that you would adjust to get to the peak.
So since you didn't run a updated HMS model with your curve numbers in, it's fair to say that there's no way to scientifically understand or determine the effect of changing curve numbers.
That's correct.
And as I think you've also testified, the curve numbers that you and Ms. Cuckoo developed were provided to Mr. Trumbull that he utilized in his report.
Yes.
And when you've also talked about the basin values, the differences in basin, it's fair to say that they're not missing the geographic watershed area. It's those differences in of subbasins are actually are found in nearby subbasins within Dr. Williams's model. Am I getting that across correctly?
I guess I don't understand your question.
You found in certain circumstances that his watershed, and I'm going back to the subbasins here, sorry about that. That in the subbasins, that there are certain subbasins that were larger under your determination versus what you calculated from the PDF version that was used by Dr. Williams.
We did find some that had different drainage areas than what was reported by Dr. Williams, yes.
So those differences where you found a subbasin was smaller. It's fair to say that he didn't cut out that area, it was just contained within another subbasin, right?
Yes, that would be correct.
And you did not independently model any individual subbasins using your alternative assumptions, correct?
That's correct.
You did not calibrate any individual subbase values with USGS stream gauges.
That's correct.
Other than the runoff curve numbers and watershed and some basin watershed size, you didn't criticize how Dr. Williams represented spillway geometry, gate operations, or breach behavior in his HEC HMS model, correct?
That was outside of the scope of our review.
You reviewed that model, correct?
We reviewed the hydrologic inputs of that model for reasonableness. We were not asked to review any of the dam configuration information.
And it's also fair that you did not provide us with any alternative calibrated hydrologic explanation for the May 2020 inflows to Wixom Lake, correct?
That's correct.
I believe I hit the conclusion of my questions, but if we could take 5 minutes here just to let me review my notes one last time. Is that okay with you, Mr. Cole?
Absolutely.
All right, sounds good.
The time is 12:14 PM. We are off the record. The time is 12:21 PM. We are on the record.
Ms. Griner, thank you for your time. I have no further questions at this point.
Thank you.
I have no questions for Mass. And we rely on the testimony that Mr. England has examined as well.
All right, well, that's it. We appreciate your time, Ms. Bryant. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Could we get orders for the transcript and video?
That it? Okay. Give me a minute. right? Mr. Gamble?
Now, the defense has no further witnesses.
Very well. Plaintiffs?
We have no problem. One thing we do want the deposition of Teresa Seidel and the deposition of James allows you to provide the report, but we have to fit a schedule those gaps. We propose markings for the report. Unless the court or I know providing you a transcript, but I don't know the record.
Kowalski and who else, please?
Kowalski and Seidel, they were two of the went out for the three dollars. What's that? Yeah, those are all the ones I read now.
I don't see Seidel's. We've got, pardon?
They should all be in one red binder is what I'm told.
Well, that'd be the one right in front of me. It says deposition exhibits, testimony and related exhibit judge's copy. That's what we're looking for? Okay.
I don't know if we submitted a court copy. I know we told us or
That's fine.
Gamble that you were writing notes on the first copy.
Right. Okay. So, what numbers do we want to assign to which ones?
Let's do, let's.
The batting order in the binder is Pulaski, Seidel, Krieger.
Let's do Pulaski 432, Your Honor. Seidel 433. And Krieger 434.
Any objection by the defense?
No.
All right. And is it acceptable to both plaintiffs and defendants that if in the process that the lawyers are going to be going through in the next 3 weeks plus, if there's what looks like a Scrivener's mistake that somebody forgot to move a particular exhibit, that everybody's in agreement that, gosh, I wish, we would have done this. You all are going to communicate with each other, come up with some, very short stipulation and let me know. Otherwise, if there's a dispute about it, then I need to know about it. Then we'll probably have to go back on the record and hammer it out. But we have moved through a lot of exhibits in these 3 weeks, 2 full weeks and 2 days today. And I can imagine that maybe we missed something. And if that happened, I don't want to, I don't want to take 3.5 hours going through every single exhibit, because it's probably the minimum of what it would be, either today or any day. But I also don't want to, create a situation where the defendants have an essential piece of evidence that everybody and their sister and brother agreed was going to be admitted and they just forgot to have it numbered, nor do I want the plaintiffs, either mass or class, to be in the same situation. So I'm comfortable with that, but I'm not the one trying the case. I'm the one adjudicating it. So what's the plaintiff's position on a safety valve if we have some, minor exhibit problem that needs to get resolved?
Is the court envisioning us ready to kind of report and say, hey, we forgot something, or is the court thinking we still?
Oh, no. Neither Ms. Houston nor I are going to be reaching out to you and saying, gosh, golly, we missed of your 432 exhibits. No.
You might have an exhibit in your possession and you didn't know whether it was admitted or not.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if that happens, Ruth will send an email to, or Elizabeth will send an email to both sides, sort of the way we've done the coordination of, hey, counsel or the court, for example, I mean, Mr. Wan's exam today, I think we got an email last night sometime saying we expect to use these exhibits. If something happens and we need information, we'll get in touch with you. what I'm, and I don't think we have to reopen the record to do that. But if somebody in the process of, you're getting ready to do your trial briefs, findings of fact, conclusion of law, you all of a sudden realize, you know what, I don't think we got X done. I mean, if it's a ministerial oversight, I'm willing to look at it. If it's we're not going to be reopening for substantive, I want to introduce 4 more witnesses. That we're not going to do. But if we have an administrative issue, I don't want to hit, so question, where are you guys on that, plaintiffs? Mr. Dubin?
Yes, we were willing to work with Mr. Gamble and his team.
Okay. All right. And I am remembering a few times in the last 24 months where we'll end a hearing and we all are singing Kumbaya together. And then all of a sudden the forests are felled with the briefs that go back and forth. So I don't expect it should be an issue, but if it is, we'll work through it. Okay. So offense is rested. What the plaintiffs?
The question that I had, those 3 depositions are in the red binder. I don't know what their depositions would be different on the notes. I mean, do you want us to submit another copy of the deposition?
Yeah. So what I would like is, and it does not have to be in the next, just sometime. Let's say the final briefs are due February 26th. By February 26th, if everybody could submit a clean copy of any DEP that was read in as witness testimony, that way we'll avoid the danger of something where I've taken notes on becoming part of the court's record. That would, I don't think we need it any sooner than that, because no appellate tribunal is going to be reviewing it at least till the end of February. So I suspect it might be a stretch after that, but at any rate. Yeah, does that sound okay, Mr. Juan?
Yes, that is perfect.
All right, that sound all right, Mr.
Yes, it does.
Counsel?
One point of clarification, for the ones that we read, you provided only the pages that I highlighted. That what you would like to see again, and you want, I don't know if you want, so,
Whatever you gave me, that's what I would like to be in the record.
okay, great, thank you.
Is that clear enough? Famous last questions. Okay. All right, we've got the schedule for briefs and findings, proposed findings. All right. Defendants have arrested, mass plaintiffs, any case in rebuttal.
No, you're
Class plaintiffs, any case in rebuttal.
no, you're wrong.
All right, very well. Proofs in this matter are closed. I thank the lawyers for their very thoughtful presentations these last 2 weeks and 2 days of testimony, as well as the 2 years we've been working on this case. I know that everybody in this room has a whole lot more work that's going to go into this case before it gets to me. And then the court will be considering very closely and seriously all of the submissions that are provided to the court in the time between now and when I begin to have the benefit of the parties' submissions. I will be doing my best to review exhibits, review my notes, begin the process of trying to reach a decision on the liability phase of the claims made in the matter of Krieger et al. Versus Department of Environment, Great Lakes and Energy and Department of Natural Resources in cases 20-94 et al. There are hundreds of cases, probably more court recognizes this is a very important submission by the plaintiffs for each and every plaintiff, and that it's a very important matter and submissions for the defendant departments. And I will do my best to timely address the matters before the court. There is a rule for trial courts in the state of Michigan that say once a matter is fully briefed, fully ready for a court's decision, a trial court should issue an opinion within 56 days. I will admit freely, I regret, I cannot say that every matter that has been briefed to me on my court of claims docket that I have fulfilled that obligation, but I will tell the parties here in open court, I will make every possible effort to make sure that once this is fully submitted to the court, that I am that I reach a decision within 56 days of the submission. If that's February 26th, that puts it sometime into April. I know everybody wants a decision in this. Most of all, the plaintiffs and defendant, the people in the defendant's agencies and departments, as well as the lawyers, of course. I want to thank Jeff Dempsey and Nick Costello, who have helped substantially in the presentation of the court to the court of these the evidence in these cases. Mrs. Minor and her fellow court reporters, Ms. Husa, whose work is just yet beginning on this case, as well as Dan, our court security officer, both the chief judges of the court of claims, that since I've had the case. Actually, we've had 3 since I've had the case, and the support that they've given us. So I think the lawyers did a superlative job on both sides of the V in this case thus far. And I'm grateful for the privilege of having been able to serve the plaintiffs and defendants so far in this case. And I will do my best to fulfill the rest of my responsibilities with as much thoroughness and professionalism as the lawyers have fulfilled their duties. So with that, the court is in recess. The time is 4:35. We just want to thank you for it's very kind of you to say. Thank you. All right. We are in recess. Thank you. Good evening. Good afternoon.